Hello everyone, and welcome back to Terrifying Tales. I know many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you drift off, I'd love it if you could leave a comment letting me know where you're listening from around the world. Also, don't forget to like and subscribe if you're enjoying this video. Story 1. I was walking home from work on a chilly evening. The streets were mostly empty, save for the occasional car passing by and a few distant figures hurrying along. My office had been busy that day, and I was grateful for the quiet, hoping it would help me unwind. As I walked, I could feel the soft thud of my boots against the pavement, the rhythm of my steps blending into the background hum of the city. I was lost in thought when I first noticed him. At first, I paid little attention to the man walking behind me. He seemed to be keeping a steady distance, his pace matching mine almost exactly. I told myself it was nothing unusual. People often walk the same route home. Maybe he lived nearby, or perhaps he was just taking a leisurely stroll. Still, there was something about his presence that made me uneasy, though I could not quite put my finger on why. I decided to test my theory and took a slight detour down a quieter street. The man followed, his footsteps echoing in the stillness. My heart began to beat faster, and I could feel a knot tightening in my stomach. I tried to stay calm, convincing myself that I was imagining things, that my tired mind was playing tricks on me. But as I glanced back over my shoulder, I saw him staring directly at me, and the unease turned into fear. He was tall, dressed in dark clothes that made him blend into the shadows. His face was partially obscured by the hood of his jacket, but there was no mistaking the intensity of his gaze. I quickened my pace, hoping he would lose interest and turn away, but he did not. Instead, he matched my speed, staying just far enough behind to keep me in sight. The city, once a comforting presence, now felt cold and indifferent. I turned another corner, this time into a busier street where the lights from storefronts cast a warm glow onto the sidewalk. People were walking in pairs or small groups, their laughter and chatter filling the air. I felt a flicker of relief, thinking he might be deterred by the crowd. But as I glanced back again, he was still there, his eyes locked on me. The sense of being hunted grew stronger with every passing second. When he whispered my name, I froze. The sound was soft, almost drowned out by the noise around me, but it was unmistakable. He knew my name. My mind raced, trying to figure out how he could know me. I did not recognize him, and his face did not stir any memories. The realization that this was not a coincidence sent a shiver down my spine. I forced myself to keep moving, deciding that staying in a public area was my best option. My fingers gripped my phone tightly as I considered calling for help. Who could I call at this hour? My friends were likely busy, and I did not want to alarm my family unnecessarily. The idea of dialing 911 crossed my mind, but I hesitated, unsure if I was overreacting. As I walked, I tried to blend into the crowd, weaving between people and changing my pace sporadically. Each time I glanced back, he was still there, unwavering in his pursuit. I could feel my throat tighten as panic threatened to take over. The world around me seemed to blur, the faces of strangers merging into an indistinct mass. All I could focus on was getting away from him. I spotted a cafe up ahead, its warm light spilling onto the street. Without hesitation, I ducked inside, hoping he would pass by or lose interest. The scent of coffee and baked goods was overwhelming, but it did little to calm my nerves. I took a seat near the window, watching the door and hoping I had made the right decision. My hands trembled as I scrolled through my phone, trying to appear normal. Minutes passed, and there was no sign of him. I allowed myself to breathe, thinking maybe he had given up. The cafe was a small, cozy place filled with the comforting sounds of clinking cups and quiet conversation. For a moment I felt safe, as though the warmth of the room could shield me from whatever danger lurked outside. But the feeling was short-lived. Just as I began to relax, the door opened and he walked in. My stomach dropped as our eyes met. He did not approach me right away, but instead ordered a coffee and took a seat across the room. I could feel his gaze on me, heavy and unrelenting. It was clear now that he was not just following me by chance. He was here for a reason, though what that reason was, I could not begin to guess. I decided it was time to leave, but I needed a plan. If I walked out, he would surely follow, and I did not want to lead him to my home. My mind raced as I considered my options. Maybe I could lose him in the crowd again or find a nearby store to hide in. Whatever I did, I knew I had to act quickly before he made his next move. I stood up, trying to act casual as I gathered my things. My legs felt like they were made of lead as I walked toward the door. Every step a struggle against the growing fear inside me. I glanced back one last time before stepping outside, and there he was, rising from his seat to follow. The chill of the night air hit me like a wave, but I did not stop. I had to keep moving. This time I took a more erratic path, turning down alleys and crossing streets at random. The sound of his footsteps was relentless, always a few paces behind. My breathing became shallow as I realized he was not going to give up easily. The streets seemed to stretch endlessly, each turn leading me further from the safety of the busy areas. I felt like a mouse caught in a maze with no way out. Desperation began to set in, and I finally decided to call for help. My hands shook as I dialed, the phone feeling slippery in my grasp. The voice on the other end was calm and reassuring, but I could barely form a coherent sentence. I tried to explain my situation, giving them my location and describing the man as best I could. They promised to send help, but I knew it would take time for anyone to arrive. I found a small convenience store and darted inside, hoping to buy myself a few minutes of safety. The clerk gave me a puzzled look as I leaned against the counter, trying to catch my breath. I explained that someone was following me and asked if I could stay for a while. He nodded, though I could see the uncertainty in his eyes. I watched the door, waiting for any sign of the man. Minutes felt like hours as I stood there, my heart pounding in my chest. I kept glancing at my phone, willing it to ring with news that help was on the way. The clerk tried to make small talk, but I could barely focus on his words. My mind was consumed with thoughts of what might happen if the man found me again. I felt trapped, caught between the fear of staying and the fear of leaving. Eventually, the sound of sirens broke through the haze of my thoughts. Relief flooded over me as I saw the flashing lights outside the store. I stepped out cautiously, my knees threatening to give way as the officers approached. They asked me questions about what had happened, their voices calm but firm. I described the man in as much detail as I could, pointing out the direction he had last been seen. The officers assured me they would search the area and offered to give me a ride home. As we drove, I could not shake the feeling of unease, the thought that he might still be out there, watching and waiting. My apartment felt like a sanctuary when I finally stepped inside, but the shadows in the corners seemed darker than usual. I double-checked the locks on my doors and windows, unable to fully let go of the fear. That night, sleep eluded me. Every creak of the floorboards, every gust of wind outside, sent my heart racing. I replayed the events in my mind, trying to make sense of them. Who was he? How did he know my name? The questions swirled endlessly, their answers just out of reach. I knew I would not rest until I had some clarity, but for now, all I could do was try to move forward. In the days that followed, I remained vigilant, always looking over my shoulder and avoiding walking alone whenever possible. The police kept me updated, though they had not yet found the man or any leads as to who he might be. My friends and family offered support, their presence a comforting reminder that I was not alone. Still, the experience had left a mark, a lingering sense of vulnerability that I could not shake. As time passed, the fear began to fade, though it never disappeared entirely. I took steps to feel safer, learning self-defense and carrying a personal alarm. The world seemed different now, its edges sharper and more defined. I had been reminded of how fragile safety could be, how easily it could be taken away. But I also learned the importance of resilience, of finding strength in the face of fear. Even now, I catch myself glancing over my shoulder when I walk home. The memory of that night never far from my mind. The man who followed me remains a mystery, his motives unknown. But I refuse to let the fear control me. Each day I take another step forward, determined to reclaim the sense of security that was taken from me. And in those moments of doubt, I remind myself that I am stronger than I once believed. Story 2. The moment I stepped into the Uber, I felt a sense of unease wash over me. Something was off, but I could not pinpoint exactly what it was. As I glanced at the driver, I realized he did not resemble the person in the profile picture on the app. The driver was supposed to be a middle-aged man with glasses and a neatly trimmed beard. Instead, sitting in the front seat was a younger man with a clean-shaven face and a baseball cap pulled low over his eyes. I hesitated for a second, my hand still on the door handle as I debated whether to proceed with the ride. The man turned and smiled, gesturing for me to get in, which only added to my discomfort. His smile did not feel warm or reassuring, it felt forced, as if he were trying too hard to appear friendly. Against my better judgment, I closed the door behind me and buckled my seatbelt. My mind raced as I considered whether I should confront him or contact the ride-sharing app immediately. The car began to move, and I could feel my heart pounding in my chest. I opened the app again to double-check the details of the ride. The license plate matched, but the discrepancy between the driver's photo and the man behind the wheel left me unsettled. My instincts told me something was wrong, but I struggled to come up with a plan of action. Should I confront him directly, or should I wait and see where this would lead? I decided to test the waters by making casual conversation. "You seem younger than I expected," I said, trying to keep my tone light and conversational. He chuckled nervously and replied, "Oh yeah, my brother usually drives, but he could not make it today, so I am filling in for him." His explanation did little to ease my anxiety. I knew that sharing accounts or allowing someone else to drive under your name was a clear violation of the app's policies. Still, I tried to remain calm and composed. As we drove through the city, I discreetly shared my location with a friend using my phone's tracking feature. I also took a screenshot of the driver's profile and sent it to them, explaining the situation briefly. My friend responded almost immediately, urging me to leave the vehicle if I felt unsafe. I nodded to myself, deciding that I would ask to be dropped off at a public place as soon as possible. The driver, meanwhile, continued to chatter aimlessly, seemingly unaware of my growing unease. The streets blurred past as I tried to keep a cool head. My exit strategy was forming in my mind, but I also worried about how the driver might react if I insisted on stopping early. I scanned the surroundings for a well-lit area with people nearby, somewhere I could safely get out and call for another ride. My anxiety was mounting, but I forced myself to remain outwardly calm. I did not want to alert him to my suspicions just yet. The driver suddenly asked me a question that caught me off guard. "So, do you live around here?" he inquired, glancing at me through the rearview mirror. His tone was casual, but the question felt intrusive. I responded vaguely, saying not too far, and quickly changed the subject by asking about his driving experience. He hesitated for a moment before answering, which only deepened my mistrust. I could not shake the feeling that something was seriously wrong. As the car slowed at a red light, I saw my chance to act. I casually mentioned that I had forgotten something important and asked if he could drop me off at the nearest convenience store. His expression shifted slightly, but he agreed, nodding as he pulled over to the curb. My heart raced as I unbuckled my seatbelt and thanked him, trying to appear as nonchalant as possible. I stepped out of the car and immediately walked into the store, my hands trembling as I clutched my phone. Once inside, I took a deep breath and quickly contacted the ride-sharing app to report the incident. I explained the situation in detail, emphasizing that the driver did not match the profile and that he had admitted to using someone else's account. The app's customer support assured me they would investigate the matter and advised me to contact local authorities if I felt threatened. I also called my friend, who stayed on the line with me as I arranged for another ride. The experience left me shaken, but I was relieved to be in a safe space. I could not stop thinking about the potential risks I had just avoided. What if the driver had ulterior motives? What if he had taken me somewhere isolated? These thoughts spiraled in my mind, making it hard to focus on anything else. I realized how important it was to trust my instincts and prioritize safety, even in seemingly ordinary situations. Later that evening, I received a follow-up message from the ride-sharing app. They confirmed that the account associated with the ride had been suspended and assured me that they take such violations seriously. While their response was somewhat reassuring, it did little to erase the memory of the unnerving encounter. I made a mental note to always double-check driver details before entering a vehicle in the future. It was a lesson I would not forget. I also shared my experience on social media to warn others about the importance of staying vigilant. The post received an outpouring of support and similar stories from friends and acquaintances. Many of them shared tips for staying safe while using ride-sharing services, such as verifying driver details and avoiding rides if something feels off. Their advice was invaluable and reminded me that I was not alone in facing such challenges. Over the next few days, I could not help but replay the incident in my mind. Every detail, from the driver's forced smile to his vague responses, stood out like red flags I should have noticed earlier. I realized how easy it is to ignore gut feelings in favor of convenience or politeness. The experience taught me to prioritize my safety over everything else, even if it meant causing a scene or appearing overly cautious. I also decided to do some research on ride-sharing safety and shared my findings with friends and family. I learned about features like emergency buttons, trip-sharing options, and other tools designed to keep passengers safe. While these features were helpful, I knew that personal awareness and vigilance were equally important. The incident served as a wake-up call, reminding me that safety is never guaranteed, even in familiar situations. Reflecting on the experience, I felt a mix of gratitude and frustration. I was grateful that I had trusted my instincts and taken steps to protect myself. However, I was frustrated with the system that allowed such a situation to occur in the first place. Ride-sharing platforms must do more to ensure the safety and security of their users, from stricter identity verification to better support for reporting violations. It was a conversation that needed to happen on a larger scale. In the days that followed, I gradually regained my confidence in using ride-sharing services, though I remained more cautious than before. Every time I booked a ride, I made sure to double-check all the details and share my trip with someone I trusted. I also reminded myself that it was okay to cancel a ride if something felt off, no matter how inconvenient it might seem. My peace of mind was worth far more than the cost of a canceled trip. Looking back, I realized that the encounter had changed me in subtle but significant ways. It heightened my awareness of my surroundings and taught me to be proactive about my safety. I no longer took simple actions, like verifying a driver's identity, for granted. These small steps could make a big difference in ensuring a safe and secure experience. The incident had been a wake-up call, but it also left me feeling more prepared to handle similar situations in the future. The incident also sparked conversations with my friends and family about safety in everyday life. We discussed not only ride-sharing but also other scenarios where vigilance was essential. These discussions brought us closer together as we shared tips and strategies for staying safe. It felt empowering to know that we could look out for one another and learn from each other's experiences. The shared commitment to safety was a positive outcome of an otherwise unsettling event. Over time, the memory of that day faded, but the lessons I learned remained with me. I continued to approach every ride with caution, knowing that my safety depended on my actions as much as the platform's policies. The experience served as a reminder to never take anything for granted, even in seemingly routine situations. It was a lesson I hope to pass on to others, ensuring that they too could navigate the world with confidence and care. As I moved forward, I felt a renewed sense of responsibility to protect myself and those around me. Whether it was speaking up when something felt wrong or sharing safety tips with others, I knew that every small action counted. The incident had been a turning point, one that reshaped how I approached everyday life. While I wished it had never happened, I was grateful for the perspective it gave me. It was a reminder to always trust my instincts and never compromise on safety. Story 3. I arrived at my neighbor's house just before 7 in the evening, feeling a mix of anticipation and unease. They had been friendly enough since moving in, always greeting me warmly when we crossed paths. Their house was older, with a creaky charm that reminded me of childhood visits to my grandmother's home. I had not spent much time with them before, and this dinner invitation seemed like an opportunity to build a better connection. As I walked up the front steps, I noticed how the porch light flickered faintly, casting uneven shadows. The door opened before I even had a chance to knock, and my neighbor James stood there with a welcoming smile. His wife, Linda, appeared from behind him, drying her hands on a dish towel. The scent of roasted meat and herbs wafted out, instantly making me feel hungry. "Come in," James said warmly, stepping aside to let me enter. Their living room was tidy, with a crackling fireplace and framed photographs on the walls that added a touch of coziness. Dinner was set up in the dining room, with a table laid out neatly, complete with candles and folded napkins. Linda apologized for the small space, explaining that the house's layout was somewhat restrictive. I assured her it was lovely, though I could not help but notice how dimly lit the adjoining hallway was. A faint, rhythmic tapping sound carried through the house, just barely audible over the soft classical music playing in the background. When I glanced toward the source of the sound, James quickly stepped in to redirect my attention to the meal. As we sat down to eat, the conversation flowed easily at first, touching on work, hobbies, and the neighborhood. James shared how they had spent months restoring parts of the house and still had more work to do. Linda seemed quieter, occasionally glancing toward the hallway and then at her husband. I mentioned the tapping noise, thinking it might be a plumbing issue or something harmless. James laughed lightly but offered no clear explanation, brushing it off as an old house quirk. Halfway through the meal, I excused myself to use the restroom. Linda pointed me toward a door down the hallway, her voice unusually tight. As I walked down the dim corridor, I became acutely aware of the tapping sound growing louder. I paused for a moment, realizing it was coming from behind another door at the end of the hall. The door was plain and unassuming, but a large padlock secured it, standing out starkly against the otherwise homely atmosphere. I lingered, listening intently to the rhythmic tapping, which now sounded deliberate and unnervingly human. It could have been someone using a tool or even fingers tapping against wood. My curiosity began to bubble, but I reminded myself that this was not my house and I should not pry. I returned to the table, but the unsettling sound stayed with me, hovering at the edge of my thoughts. Back at the dining table, I casually mentioned the locked door and asked if they were storing something valuable inside. Linda's expression froze for a split second before she recovered, laughing nervously and saying it was just for storage. James quickly added that the basement was in disrepair and potentially unsafe. Their swift responses made me feel like I had touched on something I was not supposed to know. The tapping resumed, faint but persistent, and I could not shake the feeling that something was off. As the evening progressed, I noticed small details that added to my unease. James and Linda exchanged subtle glances whenever the tapping became audible. They seemed to avoid any prolonged silences, as if afraid of letting the noise draw too much attention. Linda refilled my glass with wine more often than necessary, perhaps hoping to distract me. I found myself pretending to be more relaxed than I felt, smiling and nodding while my mind raced with possibilities. By dessert, my curiosity was almost unbearable, and I decided to test the waters further. I joked about haunted houses and asked if they had ever experienced anything unusual. James chuckled, but it sounded forced, while Linda dropped her fork, which clattered loudly against her plate. She excused herself to fetch something from the kitchen, leaving an awkward silence between James and me. I could tell my question had struck a nerve, even though he tried to downplay it. When Linda returned, she seemed calmer, but the atmosphere had shifted. The tapping sound had stopped, but the silence felt heavier now, as though the house itself was holding its breath. I tried to steer the conversation back to safer topics, but my mind kept wandering to that locked door. What could possibly be behind it that required such secrecy? The idea of storage did not sit right with me, especially with the odd sounds I had heard. Eventually the evening wound down, and I thanked them for their hospitality. They walked me to the door, their smiles warm but their eyes strained. As I stepped out onto the porch, I felt a rush of relief to be back in the open air. The tapping sound started up again just as they closed the door behind me, and it followed me in my thoughts as I walked home. I told myself it was none of my business, but I could not ignore the nagging feeling that something was very wrong in that house. For the next few days, I could not stop thinking about the locked door and the tapping sound. Every time I saw James or Linda outside, they seemed perfectly normal, waving and exchanging pleasantries as though nothing had happened. Yet I noticed that they were always together, as if they did not want to leave one another alone. My curiosity grew into an obsession, and I began to consider ways to find out more without crossing any major boundaries. One evening, I decided to take a walk past their house, hoping to catch some hint of what might be going on. As I strolled by, I noticed that the lights in the house were dimmed, except for a faint glow in the basement window. The tapping sound was faintly audible even from the sidewalk, and I stopped in my tracks to listen. It was more erratic now, as if whoever or whatever was making the noise was agitated. A chill ran down my spine, and I hurried home, feeling more conflicted than ever. I debated calling someone to investigate but hesitated, unsure of what to say. Reporting strange sounds and a padlocked door seemed flimsy without any concrete evidence. Instead, I resolved to observe them more closely, hoping to uncover some clue that might explain the situation. Over the next few days, I watched their comings and goings, noting that they rarely left the house together. When they did, it was brief, and they always seemed to be in a hurry. One afternoon, I saw James loading something into the trunk of his car while Linda stood on the porch, looking nervous. I could not make out what it was, but it seemed heavy and was wrapped in a tarp. My imagination ran wild with possibilities, each one more sinister than the last. I wanted to confront them, but knew I had no grounds to do so. The tension between my curiosity and my sense of propriety was almost unbearable. Finally, I decided to take matters into my own hands. Late one night, I snuck into their backyard, my heart pounding with every step. The basement window was slightly ajar, and I could hear the tapping sound clearly now, along with faint murmurs that sent shivers down my spine. I crouched down and peered inside, but the angle made it impossible to see much. The shadows flickered oddly, and for a moment I thought I saw movement in the darkness. Before I could gather the courage to investigate further, a hand clamped down on my shoulder, making me jump. I turned to find James standing behind me, his expression a mixture of anger and fear. He demanded to know what I was doing, and I stammered out an excuse about hearing noises and wanting to make sure everything was all right. He did not seem convinced but told me firmly to leave. As I walked away, I could feel his eyes on my back, and the weight of the encounter stayed with me long after I got home. The next day, James and Linda avoided me entirely, and the atmosphere between us grew strained. The tapping sound continued, a constant reminder of the unanswered questions that haunted me. I considered reaching out to authorities again, but worried about making enemies of my neighbors without solid proof. The mystery of the locked door and the sounds from the basement consumed my thoughts, leaving me torn between action and restraint. Whatever was happening in that house, I knew it was far from ordinary. Story 4. At the gym, I always try to focus on my workout and stay in my own zone. The environment is usually welcoming, with everyone concentrating on their own fitness goals. However, during my last visit, something unsettling happened that completely threw me off. I noticed someone lingering near the weight rack, holding their phone at an odd angle. At first, I thought they might be checking their workout plan or taking notes, but something about the way they positioned themselves felt off. As I continued my workout, I caught them glancing in my direction more than once. It was subtle, but enough to make me feel uneasy. I tried to brush it off, thinking perhaps it was just a coincidence. After all, gyms can be crowded, and it is not unusual for people to look around occasionally. Yet I could not shake the feeling that something was not right. During a break between sets, I decided to pay closer attention to their movements without making it obvious. I noticed they were standing near the weight rack, partially hidden but with a clear view of where I was exercising. Their phone was held up in a way that made it obvious they were not just casually scrolling or texting. My heart started racing as I realized they were taking pictures or videos of me. The thought was both infuriating and deeply unsettling. I decided to confront them, hoping to put an end to the situation. I walked over calmly but firmly and asked what they were doing. They seemed startled at first, quickly lowering their phone and trying to act nonchalant. When I pressed further and asked if they were taking pictures of me, their demeanor shifted. Instead of apologizing or explaining, they became defensive, claiming they were not doing anything wrong. The confrontation drew the attention of a few other gym goers, which only made the situation more tense. The person accused me of overreacting and insisted they were just using their phone like anyone else. Despite their denial, I knew what I had seen, and it was hard to stay composed. I tried to explain how their actions made me feel uncomfortable, but they seemed more concerned with saving face than acknowledging the impact of their behavior. This only made me feel worse. After the argument escalated, I decided to report the incident to the gym staff. I explained what had happened and described the individual involved. The staff took the matter seriously and assured me they would review the security footage to verify my claims. They also promised to address the situation in accordance with their policies. While I appreciated their response, I still felt shaken by the encounter. The rest of my workout was ruined, as I could not focus on my routine anymore. I kept replaying the interaction in my mind, wondering if I could have handled it differently. Part of me felt angry for being put in such a position, while another part felt vulnerable and exposed. It was hard to shake the feeling of being violated in a space that was supposed to feel safe. Later that evening, I talked to a friend about what had happened. They were supportive and validated my feelings, which helped me process the experience. They reminded me that I did the right thing by confronting the individual and reporting the incident. It was reassuring to hear that I was not overreacting, as the whole situation had left me doubting myself. Their words helped me regain some sense of control. The next day, the gym staff reached out to inform me that they had reviewed the footage and taken action against the individual. They explained that the person's membership had been suspended pending further investigation. Knowing that they took my concerns seriously was a relief, but it also made me more aware of how common such incidents can be. I started to think about what steps I could take to protect myself in the future. Since the incident, I have made a conscious effort to stay more aware of my surroundings while at the gym. I also looked into personal safety measures, such as learning about my rights and how to handle similar situations. It is unfortunate that such precautions are necessary, but they give me a sense of empowerment. The experience taught me the importance of trusting my instincts and speaking up when something feels wrong. It also highlighted the value of having a support system to lean on. Reflecting on what happened, I realized how important it is for gyms to have clear policies and protocols for addressing inappropriate behavior. While I was fortunate that the staff acted promptly, I could not help but wonder how often such incidents go unreported. It made me think about the need for greater awareness and education on these issues. Everyone deserves to feel safe and respected in shared spaces, and it starts with accountability and open communication. The incident also prompted me to consider how technology can be misused in public spaces. Smartphones make it easy for people to invade others' privacy without their knowledge or consent. This realization has made me more cautious, not just at the gym but in other settings as well. It is a reminder of the importance of advocating for boundaries and respecting the privacy of those around us. No one should have to feel uneasy or violated because of someone else's actions. In the weeks following the incident, I noticed some changes at the gym. The staff put up new signs reminding members about their policies on privacy and appropriate behavior. They also installed additional cameras in certain areas to deter any future misconduct. While these measures were reassuring, I could not help but feel that the responsibility should not fall solely on the victims to speak up. Creating a safe environment requires collective effort and vigilance. I also started having conversations with other gym goers about their experiences. It was eye-opening to hear how many people had faced similar situations or knew someone who had. Sharing our stories helped build a sense of community and mutual support. It also reinforced the importance of addressing such issues openly rather than brushing them aside. These discussions made me realize that change is possible when people come together to advocate for it. Although the experience was deeply upsetting, it ultimately taught me some valuable lessons. I learned to trust my instincts and stand up for myself, even when it feels uncomfortable. I also gained a better understanding of how to navigate difficult situations and seek help when needed. Most importantly, I was reminded of the strength that comes from speaking out and refusing to let fear or intimidation dictate my actions. It is a lesson I will carry with me moving forward. Looking back, I am grateful for the support I received from friends and the gym staff. Their understanding and action made a difficult situation more bearable. It is a reminder that no one should have to face such experiences alone. By sharing my story, I hope to encourage others to trust their instincts and speak up when they encounter something that feels wrong. Together, we can create safer and more respectful spaces for everyone. Story 5. The evening began with a sense of curiosity and a touch of nervousness. I had agreed to this blind date through a mutual friend, someone who thought we would be a good match. As I walked into the cozy restaurant, I saw him sitting by the window. He stood to greet me, his smile warm and inviting, and I felt a little more at ease. We exchanged pleasantries and sat down, diving into what felt like an effortless conversation. At first, everything seemed normal. He asked about my job, hobbies, and where I grew up. I answered with the usual details, mentioning my childhood in a small town. It felt comforting that he seemed genuinely interested. There was something almost familiar about him, but I brushed it off as part of the charm of a good conversationalist. Halfway through the dinner, the atmosphere subtly shifted. He began to mention things about my childhood that I had not shared. He referenced the name of my first pet, a dog I loved dearly. My heart skipped a beat as I realized I had never told him about this. It was a detail I rarely even talked about with close friends. I tried to remain calm, convincing myself it might have come up in a conversation with our mutual friend. Then he spoke about the treehouse I used to play in as a child, describing it in vivid detail. He even mentioned the broken ladder rung my father had never gotten around to fixing. This was information so specific that it left me at a loss for words. My mind raced to piece together how he could know these things. I had not posted about them on social media, and these details were not topics I casually discussed. He continued speaking, seemingly unaware of my growing discomfort. I smiled politely, but my thoughts were spiraling out of control. The possibility that he had spoken extensively with our mutual friend seemed less and less likely. I decided to confront him gently, asking how he knew so much about my childhood. He looked momentarily caught off guard, but his expression quickly softened. He claimed it was just a lucky guess and joked about being a great observer. His tone was light, but it did little to ease my growing unease. I could not help but feel that there was more to this than he was letting on. As the evening wore on, I found myself growing more guarded. I began to steer the conversation toward topics that felt safer, hoping to regain some control over the situation. Despite this, he would occasionally drop another detail from my past. He mentioned my childhood best friend's nickname, a name so unique it left no room for coincidence. My pulse quickened as I struggled to keep my composure. It became increasingly difficult to focus on the rest of the evening. Every time he brought up something personal, I felt a wave of unease wash over me. He was charming and polite, but this knowledge of my past cast a shadow over everything. I started to feel like I was being observed rather than getting to know someone new. The more he spoke, the more questions swirled in my mind. After dinner, we decided to take a walk, though my unease had not subsided. The conversation shifted to lighter topics, but I remained wary. I kept replaying the moments when he had referenced my childhood, trying to figure out how he could know so much. The cool night air helped me focus, but the nagging questions lingered. I wondered if I should press him for more answers or simply let it go. As we strolled, he brought up a story about a family vacation I had taken when I was 8 years old. The details were spot on, from the hotel we stayed at to the mix-up with our luggage. It was something only my immediate family would know about. By this point, I could not hold back my concern any longer. I stopped walking and asked him directly how he knew all of this. His reaction was calm, almost too calm. He smiled and said he had heard some stories from a mutual friend who knew me well. While it sounded plausible on the surface, something about his demeanor felt off. I wanted to believe him, but my gut told me there was more to the story. His calmness only made me more suspicious. I decided to change my approach, pretending to be curious rather than confrontational. I asked which mutual friend had shared these stories, hoping to catch him off guard. He hesitated for a moment before naming someone I barely knew. It was a weak explanation that did little to reassure me. My unease deepened as I realized he might not be telling the truth. By the end of the evening, I felt emotionally drained. He walked me to my car and said he had a wonderful time, his smile as warm as it had been at the start. I thanked him and said goodbye, though my thoughts were elsewhere. As I drove home, I replayed the entire evening in my mind. the unsettling feeling refused to fade, leaving me questioning everything I thought I knew about the situation. When I got home, I decided to call the mutual friend who had set us up. I needed to know if they had shared these details about my past. To my surprise, they were just as puzzled as I was. They insisted they had not mentioned anything beyond basic facts about me. This revelation sent a chill down my spine, confirming my worst fears. I spent the rest of the night trying to make sense of what had happened. The idea that he could have found this information on his own felt far-fetched. I had always been careful about what I shared online, and none of these details were public knowledge. The more I thought about it, the more I felt like there was something deeply unsettling about the entire encounter. Sleep was impossible as my mind raced with unanswered questions. Over the next few days, I debated whether to reach out to him for answers. Part of me wanted to confront him directly, but another part feared what I might uncover. I considered the possibility that he had some connection to my family or past that I was unaware of. The uncertainty was overwhelming, leaving me in a constant state of unease. Every time I thought about the date, a wave of anxiety would wash over me. Eventually, I decided to do some investigating on my own. I searched for him online, hoping to find some clues about who he really was. His social media profiles were sparse, offering little insight into his life. This lack of information only heightened my suspicions. It felt like he had deliberately kept his online presence minimal, which struck me as unusual in this day and age. I also reached out to a few old friends and family members, asking if they had ever met someone by his name. No one seemed to recognize him or have any connection to him. This only deepened the mystery, as it seemed unlikely he could know so much about me without some prior link. My frustration grew as every lead turned into a dead end. Despite my efforts, I could not shake the feeling that there was something I was missing. I considered the possibility that I was overthinking everything, but the specifics of what he knew were too precise to dismiss. The situation had gone from a curious coincidence to something that felt deeply invasive. It was as if someone had opened a door to my past without my permission. In the weeks that followed, I found myself questioning my own memories. Could there be some explanation I had overlooked? I revisited old photos and journals, trying to piece together any connection that might explain his knowledge. The process was exhausting and emotionally taxing, but I felt compelled to keep digging. I needed answers, no matter how uncomfortable they might be. As time passed, the initial shock began to fade, though the questions remained. I started to view the experience as a reminder of how vulnerable our personal histories can be. It made me more cautious about what I shared with others, even those I thought I could trust. The encounter left a lasting impression, one that I knew would shape my interactions moving forward. It was a lesson in the complexities of trust and the weight of our past. In the end, I never found a definitive answer to how he knew so much about me. The mystery lingered, an unsolved puzzle that I carried with me. While it was unsettling, it also served as a catalyst for reflection. I learned to be more mindful of the boundaries I set and the importance of protecting my personal story. The experience, though unsettling, became a turning point in how I approached relationships and trust. Story 6. The email arrived unexpectedly, landing in my inbox with a subtle ping. I almost ignored it, assuming it was yet another promotional message or an irrelevant update from a subscription I had forgotten about. The subject line, however, piqued my interest. It was oddly specific and mentioned something about personal footage. My curiosity overpowered my caution as I clicked to open it. Inside was a short message and a video attachment, the kind of thing that immediately raises a red flag. The message was chillingly brief. It read, "This was taken just a few minutes ago. Watch carefully." My stomach churned as I hesitated before opening the video. A sense of dread crept over me, though I could not quite place why. After all, I had been sitting at my desk all morning, minding my own business, with no reason to suspect anything unusual. I finally clicked on the video attachment, and what I saw froze me in place. The footage was disturbingly clear, showing me sitting exactly where I was at that very moment. The angle of the shot suggested it had been filmed covertly, perhaps through a window or a hidden camera. My hands trembled as I watched myself typing, occasionally glancing at my phone and sipping coffee. The most unsettling part was the timestamp on the video. It indicated it had been recorded less than 10 minutes earlier. My mind raced as I tried to process how this could have happened. I scanned my surroundings, searching for any sign of a camera or an unfamiliar device. Nothing seemed out of place, and yet the evidence on my screen said otherwise. I immediately felt exposed, as though a pair of eyes was still watching me. My first instinct was to shut my laptop and draw the curtains, but panic kept me frozen in place. Questions swirled in my head: who sent this? Why were they filming me? And how had they accessed my email address? Each question led to more fear and confusion. I considered calling someone for help, but felt strangely hesitant. This was deeply personal, invasive in a way that felt almost shameful to admit to someone else. Part of me wondered if I was being overly paranoid. Maybe this was some elaborate prank, although the level of detail made it seem too deliberate for that. As I stared at the email again, I noticed something else, a line at the bottom that I had missed earlier. It said, "Respond within the hour, or we share this." My pulse quickened as the words sank in. Share this. Share what? Exactly. The footage itself was not incriminating, but the implications of someone having this kind of access to my life were terrifying. The room seemed to grow smaller as my breathing became shallow. I checked the clock and realized 20 minutes had already passed since the email arrived. Whoever had sent this was likely counting on me to panic, and it was working. I opened my laptop again, unsure whether to reply or ignore the thread entirely. I decided to reread the email, hoping to catch something I had overlooked. There were no obvious typos or clues that would suggest the message was fake. The sender's email address was a string of random letters and numbers, offering no insight into their identity. It was as though they had planned every detail to leave no trace. My thoughts shifted to the possibility of a hack. Could someone have gained access to my devices without my knowledge? I scanned through my laptop's settings, searching for any indication of unauthorized access. There were no alerts, no suspicious software installed, nothing that could explain what had happened. Paranoia set in as I thought about all the other ways someone might have obtained the footage. Was there a camera hidden in my home? I stood up and began examining every corner of the room. I checked the vents, the bookshelf, even behind picture frames. My search yielded nothing, but I could not shake the feeling of being watched. The silence in the room felt oppressive, broken only by the faint hum of my laptop. I tried to focus on logical steps, considering whether I should call the authorities. Reporting this to the police seemed like the most reasonable course of action, but I hesitated. What evidence did I even have? A video and a cryptic email were not much to go on. The idea of contacting a tech expert crossed my mind. Perhaps someone with more knowledge about cybersecurity could help me trace the email or identify any breaches in my devices. However, time was slipping away, and I felt an increasing urgency to act before the hour was up. My indecision paralyzed me. I forced myself to sit down and breathe deeply, trying to think clearly. If the sender wanted something from me, they would likely reveal their demands once I responded. Ignoring them could escalate the situation, but engaging with them felt equally risky. Either way, I was at their mercy, and the powerlessness was maddening. Out of desperation, I began drafting a reply. I kept it brief, asking, "Who are you and what do you want?" My finger hovered over the send button as I debated whether this was the right move. What if responding confirmed that I was taking their threat seriously? What if it only encouraged them to continue? After a moment of hesitation, I hit send. The email disappeared from my outbox, leaving me staring at the screen, waiting for a response. Every second felt like an eternity as I checked my inbox repeatedly, hoping for some clarity. The minutes dragged on, and the lack of a reply only heightened my anxiety. I could not shake the feeling that this was more than just a random act of harassment. Whoever had sent the email seemed to know enough about me to make their threat feel personal. I thought back to the past few days, wondering if I had noticed anyone acting suspiciously or seen anything unusual. Nothing came to mind, which only deepened the mystery. The possibility of this being an elaborate scam crossed my mind. Perhaps the sender was trying to manipulate me into revealing sensitive information or transferring money. Yet the level of precision and timing made it seem too calculated for a simple con. This felt targeted, as though someone had chosen me specifically. I tried to distract myself by focusing on work, but my concentration was shattered. Every sound in the apartment made me jump, from the creak of the floorboards to the distant rumble of traffic outside. My mind kept returning to the email, replaying the footage over and over, searching for any detail that might explain how it had been captured. The clock ticked closer to the 1-hour mark, and still, there was no reply. I began to doubt whether responding had been the right choice. Perhaps the sender was deliberately leaving me in suspense, knowing that the anticipation would unravel me. It was a psychological game, and I felt like I was losing. I decided to call a friend, someone I trusted who might offer a different perspective. Explaining the situation out loud felt strange, almost surreal. My friend listened patiently but admitted they were not sure what to make of it either. They suggested I document everything and consider involving the authorities if the situation escalated. Hearing their voice offered some comfort, but it did little to ease my underlying fear. I thanked them for their advice and promised to keep them updated. As I hung up, I realized that sharing the situation with someone else had made it feel more real. This was no longer just a private ordeal, it was something I might need help to resolve. With the deadline approaching, I decided to take another look at the video. I paused it at various points, analyzing the background for any clues. The footage was unremarkable, showing nothing but my desk chair and the items around me. It was unsettling in its simplicity, offering no hint as to how it had been obtained. The lack of answers was infuriating. I felt trapped in a situation with no clear way out, a puzzle with missing pieces. My paranoia grew as I imagined the sender watching me at that very moment, perhaps laughing at my desperation. The idea that someone could invade my privacy so effortlessly was both humiliating and terrifying. As the hour came to a close, I braced myself for what might happen next. Would the sender follow through on their threat to share the footage? If so, where would they share it, and with whom? The uncertainty was unbearable, and I felt utterly powerless to stop it. Then, just as I was about to give up hope, another email arrived. My heart raced as I opened it, half expecting more threats or demands. Instead, the message was even stranger than the first. It simply said, "Now you understand." There was no explanation, no context, nothing to indicate what they meant. The ambiguity of the message left me more confused than ever. Understand what? Was this some kind of lesson, a warning, or just a twisted game? I read the email over and over, hoping the meaning would become clear, but it only deepened the mystery. I spent the rest of the day on edge, unable to focus on anything else. The experience had shaken me to my core, leaving me questioning everything I thought I knew about my safety and privacy. Every glance at my laptop or phone reminded me of the vulnerability I now felt, the sense that someone could be watching me at any moment. In the days that followed, I took steps to secure my devices and improve my home's privacy. I changed passwords, updated security settings, and even purchased a camera detector to scan my apartment. These actions offered some peace of mind, but the memory of that email and video lingered like a shadow. I never heard from the sender again, and the footage was never shared, at least, not to my knowledge. The lack of closure was unsettling, leaving me with more questions than answers. Yet, in a strange way, the experience also taught me the importance of vigilance and the value of taking my privacy seriously. Even now, I find myself glancing over my shoulder, wondering if the eyes that filmed me are still out there somewhere. Story 7. It was an ordinary day when I first realized something was wrong with my social media account. I had been scrolling through posts, checking messages, and responding to comments like I usually did. But as I tried to send a message to one of my friends, I noticed that I was already logged out of my account. I tried to log back in, but the password was no longer working. Panic set in immediately, and I knew something serious had happened. I quickly went to the account recovery page and tried to reset my password, but the process was dragging on longer than usual. The website kept sending me error messages, making me feel even more helpless. After a few attempts, I finally got an email asking me to confirm my identity. I was relieved to see that, at least for a moment, I was able to regain control of the account. However, what I saw once I logged back and made my heart sink. The hacker had already begun using my account in ways that I could never have imagined. The first thing I noticed was that my profile picture had been changed to one that I didn't recognize. The next thing that stood out was the large number of messages that had been sent out to my friends and followers. As I scrolled through my inbox, I saw that the hacker had been messaging people, pretending to be me. Some of my closest friends had already replied, unaware that they were communicating with someone else. The messages were strange and out of character for me. Some were asking for money, while others included vague and cryptic comments that didn't make much sense. I couldn't believe what I was reading. It was as if my own identity had been hijacked, and there was nothing I could do to stop it. I began to panic, thinking about the potential damage the hacker might cause to my reputation. I immediately contacted the social media platform support team, hoping they would help me resolve the issue. I explained everything in detail, from the suspicious login attempt to the strange messages being sent out. The response I got was slow, and they only provided generic advice, such as changing my password and enabling two-factor authentication. It felt like they weren't taking the situation seriously enough, and that only added to my stress. I was left wondering how long the hacker had been in control of my account, and how much further they might go. The hacker's actions didn't stop with just messaging my friends. As the hours passed, I saw that my posts were being altered, and in some cases completely erased. I had spent years curating my social media account, posting pictures from vacations, family events, and my hobbies. It was more than just a collection of online updates. It was a reflection of who I was. Now, that part of me was being erased piece by someone I didn't know. The sense of violation I felt was overwhelming. I had always been careful about my online security, using complex passwords and regularly updating them. Yet, despite my precautions, someone had managed to break into my account and had taken complete control. I felt powerless, as if someone had invaded my personal space, not just online, but in my life. The fact that they were impersonating me and messaging my friends only made it worse. As time went on, I began to notice the consequences of the hacker's actions. One of my friends had sent money after receiving a message that seemed to come from me. The hacker had convinced them that I was in a financial emergency and needed help. When my friend found out the truth, they were not only upset with me but also felt embarrassed for being tricked. I immediately reached out to apologize and reassure them that I had never sent the message. But the damage was done, and the trust between us had been shaken. I tried to salvage the situation by contacting other friends who had received strange messages, hoping to explain what had happened. Some of them were understanding, but others were more skeptical. They questioned why I hadn't been more careful with my account security, and why I hadn't noticed the suspicious activity sooner. It was frustrating to hear their doubts, but I couldn't blame them. After all, they had no way of knowing what had truly transpired. In the meantime, the hacker continued to make changes to my account. I noticed new followers being added, some of whom I didn't recognize at all. It seemed like the hacker was trying to expand my network, likely with the intention of using my name to gain more influence. Every time I tried to regain control of the account, the hacker would make sure to change my login details again, making it even harder for me to get back in. The longer this went on, the more I realized just how vulnerable I had become. Eventually, I received a strange direct message from the hacker, claiming that they had taken over my account because I had abandoned my online presence. They said they were only doing it as a joke, and that they didn't mean to cause any harm. However, the message felt far from lighthearted. It was clear to me that the hacker had no remorse for their actions. They had invaded my privacy and disrupted my life, and now they were trying to downplay the whole situation as if it was some sort of prank. Despite their message, I remained determined to take action. I finally got in touch with the platform's support team again, providing them with evidence of the hacker's activities, including screenshots of the suspicious messages and altered posts. This time, they took my complaint more seriously and began investigating the issue. After a long wait, they finally managed to lock the hacker out of my account and reset all of my details. Even after regaining control of my account, the experience left a lasting impact on me. I spent the following weeks trying to restore the damage done by the hacker. I had to personally contact my friends and explain what had happened, making sure they understood that it was never really me behind those messages. It wasn't just about clearing my name, it was about rebuilding the trust that had been damaged by this invasion of my privacy. The whole ordeal made me rethink my approach to online security. I had always thought I was safe, but clearly, that was not the case. I had to take a closer look at my passwords, update my security settings, and enable all the extra layers of protection that I could. The experience had taught me a hard lesson about how easily things could go wrong in the digital age. But it also made me realize the importance of vigilance, not just for myself, but also for the people I care about. In the weeks that followed, I became more cautious about the content I shared online. While I still enjoyed staying connected with my friends and family, I no longer felt as comfortable putting my life out there for everyone to see. I had learned the hard way that social media could be both a blessing and a curse, and that privacy was something that needed to be actively protected. Eventually, things settled down and I regained some semblance of normalcy. The hacker's actions had left scars, but I was slowly moving past the experience. However, I remained aware of the dangers that lurked online. It was a constant reminder that no one was truly safe, no matter how much they tried to protect themselves. Every time I logged into my account, I felt a small twinge of anxiety, knowing that something so simple as a social media account could be used against me. Looking back, I could only wonder how many others had gone through similar experiences without anyone knowing. I had been fortunate to recover my account, but what about those who hadn't? What about those who had their personal information stolen or had been financially scammed? The hackers' actions had not only affected me but also a larger network of people who had been tricked or misled. It was a harsh reminder that the digital world we all inhabited was not as secure as we believed it to be. Despite the hardships, I tried to focus on the positive aspects of the situation. I had learned valuable lessons about online security, and I had strengthened my relationships with those closest to me. I also realized that, even though the hacker had temporarily taken control of my account, they had never truly taken control of me. I had my identity back, and that was something they couldn't steal. In the end, I came to terms with the experience. I would never forget the feeling of having my privacy violated, but I also knew that I had learned from it. The world of social media was constantly changing, and with it, the threats we faced. But I was determined not to let that fear control me. I would continue to use social media, but now with more caution and awareness. It wasn't just about connecting with others anymore. It was about protecting myself and the people I cared about from the dangers that lurked in the digital shadows. Story 8. I recently started receiving a series of texts from an unknown number, and the contents of these messages were nothing short of unsettling. The text described everything I was doing in real time, almost as if the sender had been observing me. At first, I thought it was just a coincidence, perhaps someone making random guesses, but the accuracy of these messages was hard to ignore. It started with small, seemingly insignificant details, like the time I poured myself a glass of water, or the brief moment I sat down to check my phone. The messages quickly escalated. The sender knew what I was wearing, where I had been, and even what I had eaten for lunch. It felt like my every move was being watched, and there was an eerie sense of vulnerability in the knowledge that someone had so much access to my life. I tried to think of all the possible ways my privacy could have been compromised, but nothing seemed to make sense. Was it a glitch in some app I had installed? Or had my phone been hacked in some way I couldn't fathom? I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being followed. I started noticing strange patterns in the texts. They were never too invasive, but they always seemed to describe the most mundane parts of my day. For example, one message described me walking to the kitchen to grab a snack just moments before I did. Another described me stepping outside to get some fresh air, even though no one else had been near the front door. It was as though the sender had been tracking me step by step, but the chilling part was that they never directly threatened me. As time passed, the texts began to include more personal details, things I had not shared with anyone. They mentioned my friends by name, knowing when we would meet up, and even where we planned to go. I tried to block the number, but the messages kept coming from different accounts. It felt like the person behind this was determined to stay in my life, and no matter what I did, I couldn't escape their watchful eye. Each time I thought I was free, another message would appear, recounting another part of my day. I grew paranoid, even checking my surroundings when I left my house, convinced that someone was lurking nearby. I started to avoid using my phone, certain that somehow it was feeding information to whoever was behind the messages. It wasn't long before I realized that I couldn't trust anyone. Even the people closest to me seemed to have knowledge of things I hadn't told them. I didn't know how much of what I thought I knew was real anymore. One day, I received a message while I was at a coffee shop. The text described the exact moment I took a sip of my drink and the specific flavor of the coffee I had ordered. I felt my heart race as I looked around the crowded cafe, wondering who could be watching me so closely. I started looking for signs of anyone who seemed out of place, anyone who might be paying too much attention to me, but there was no one. It was as if the sender existed in the background, an unseen presence that I couldn't pin down, The messages began to include more direct references to things I was feeling. For instance, one afternoon, I was feeling particularly stressed about work, and the text that arrived described my anxiety in vivid detail. It even mentioned how I had been fidgeting with my pen and tapping my foot while waiting for a call. How could someone know these small, intimate aspects of my life? It seemed impossible, and yet there was proof that my every move, every thought, was being monitored. I reached out to the authorities, hoping they could trace the messages back to the sender. The local police were sympathetic, but they didn't seem to have the resources to investigate something so specific. They suggested I change my number and take precautions, but I already felt like I had done everything I could. I knew that as long as the sender had access to my life, changing my number wouldn't make a difference. The fear of being watched became an ever-present weight on my chest. With each passing day, the messages grew more unnerving. They began to reference moments from my past, things that only a few people knew about. It was as if the person behind these texts was piecing together fragments of my life from sources I couldn't identify. There were no clues as to who it might be, and no way to trace the messages back to a specific person. The anonymity only added to the sense of dread that filled me. Then, one morning, I received a text that truly shook me. It described me as I stood in front of my bathroom mirror, adjusting my shirt before heading to work. The detail was so specific that I could hardly deny it. My stomach turned as I realized that this sender was no longer just a distant observer. They were right there with me in that moment, sharing my space. It was as if the barrier between my private world and theirs had vanished completely. I tried to rationalize it, to convince myself that there was some simple explanation for all of this. Maybe it was all just a coincidence, I thought. Perhaps there was some kind of mistake. But every time I convinced myself to believe that, another message would arrive, confirming that the sender knew everything. It felt like I was losing control, like my life was no longer my own. I had become a subject in someone else's twisted game, and there was nothing I could do to stop it. The more I tried to distance myself from the situation, the more it seemed to invade my life. The texts became a constant, gnawing reminder that I wasn't alone in the world. Someone was always watching, always knowing what I was doing and thinking. Even when I stayed inside and kept to myself, the messages kept coming, like clockwork. It was as though there was no escape from this invisible force that had taken over my life. I started to feel like a prisoner in my own home. I became hyper-aware of every movement I made, every word I spoke. I wondered if I was being watched at all times, even when I wasn't receiving messages. Were there cameras in my house? Was someone following me wherever I went? These thoughts consumed me, driving me to the edge of madness. I couldn't trust anyone, not even myself, as I questioned whether I was imagining things or if it was truly happening. As the weeks went by, I began to consider more extreme measures. I changed my habits, trying to confuse the sender by doing things out of order or taking different routes to places I frequently visited. But no matter what I did, the messages continued. The sender was always one step ahead, as though they had anticipated my every move. It was like playing a game with someone who knew all the rules and had already won. The texts began to grow more cryptic, and the tone of the messages shifted from neutral observation to something darker. They started to imply that the sender knew things about my future events that hadn't happened yet. It was as if they could predict what I would do next, and in some twisted way they seemed to be trying to control my actions. I began to wonder if the person behind these messages was truly just a stalker, or if there was something more sinister at play. I tried to confront the situation head-on. I sent a reply to one of the messages, asking who they were and why they were doing this. To my surprise, the response was immediate. The sender simply replied with one word: watching. That single word sent a chill down my spine. It was as if they were confirming my worst fears, that they were indeed always watching, always close, and there was nothing I could do to stop them. Desperation set in as I searched for any way to break free from this nightmare. I researched online, looking for solutions to this kind of harassment, but everything I found seemed to offer no real answers. There was no way to stop someone who seemed so all-knowing, so elusive. I had become the subject of an unknown force, and no matter where I went or what I did, I couldn't escape it. Eventually, the messages began to fade. After several weeks of constant observation, the texts stopped coming. I tried to reassure myself that it was over, that the nightmare had ended. But the silence only left me with more questions. Had I truly escaped, or had the sender simply moved on to someone else? And more importantly, how had they known so much about me in the first place? Even now, I still feel the weight of those texts on my mind. The knowledge that someone had been watching me so closely, for so long, still lingers. I'll never forget the feeling of being completely powerless, of knowing that my every move was being tracked, and yet having no way to fight back. It's a terrifying thought, one that stays with me even though the messages have stopped. I may never know who is behind it all, but one thing is for sure: I'll never look at my phone the same way again. Story 9. Finding my home address listed publicly on a forum was not something I had ever anticipated. I had always been cautious about what personal information I shared online, and I had taken steps to secure my privacy. However, as I scrolled through the post, I was shocked to see that my home address had been shared alongside a chilling caption: "Target acquired." The words themselves seemed harmless at first glance, but the underlying implication struck a deep sense of fear and concern within me. The thought that someone out there might be targeting me for reasons unknown was more unsettling than anything I had ever experienced. In that moment, I realized how vulnerable we are in the digital age. The internet, for all its benefits, can also be a dangerous place where anonymity allows people to act with impunity. It is easy to forget that behind every post, every comment, there is a person, and sometimes those people are not kind. As I sat there, staring at the screen, I could not help but feel a deep sense of violation. My privacy had been stripped away, and there was nothing I could do to undo it. The sense of exposure was overwhelming, and it felt like a personal attack. I immediately tried to search for ways to remove the post, but the damage had already been done. It was not just the fact that my address had been shared, but the terrifying thought that someone had specifically pointed it out. The use of the phrase "target acquired" seemed to suggest that this was more than just a random act of cruelty. It was deliberate and purposeful. My mind raced with questions. Who could have done this? What were their intentions? Was this some sort of threat, or was it simply a cruel joke at my expense? The uncertainty was maddening, and I found myself overwhelmed by a sense of powerlessness. As I sat there contemplating what steps to take, a flood of thoughts rushed through my mind. I knew I could contact the authorities, but I also knew that it might not lead to anything. In cases like these, when there is no clear evidence of an imminent threat, the police often cannot do much. The idea of calling the emergency services seemed excessive, yet I could not help but feel that I needed to take some sort of action. It was hard to describe the feeling, but it was a mix of anxiety and frustration. I wanted answers, but the uncertainty surrounding the situation made it difficult to know what to do next. In the days that followed, I took several measures to secure my personal information. I changed the privacy settings on all my social media accounts and made sure that no further details about my whereabouts could be easily found. I also contacted the website administrators, asking them to remove the post. While they were quick to acknowledge my request, there was still a sense of unease that lingered in my mind. Even though the post was taken down, I could not shake the feeling that I was being watched. It was as if someone out there had marked me in some way, and I had no idea how to protect myself from that. The situation only became more complicated when I started receiving strange messages online. They were not directly threatening, but the tone was unsettling. Some seemed like attempts at intimidation, while others appeared to be veiled attempts at gathering more information about me. It was as though the person who had posted my address was now trying to see if they could provoke me further. I tried to ignore the messages, but they continued to come. Each new message sent my heart racing, wondering if this was the beginning of something more sinister. Eventually, I contacted a professional to help me assess the situation. I had read about people who were cyber-stalked or harassed online, and I was beginning to fear that I might be a victim of something similar. The professional advised me to take a number of precautionary steps, such as securing my home, changing my phone number, and even considering a change of address. It felt like an overreaction, but the sense of unease and fear had taken hold of me. I realized that this situation was not something to be taken lightly. The feeling of being vulnerable had been planted, and it was not easy to shake. I also began to think more deeply about the consequences of online behavior. The internet, for all its connectivity and convenience, also allows people to hide behind screens and engage in behavior that would be considered unacceptable in person. It is too easy to forget the real-world consequences of our actions online. Posting someone's personal information, even without malicious intent, can have devastating effects on the person whose information is being shared. In my case, it had left me feeling unsafe in my own home, and I could only imagine the psychological toll it would take on others who might be subjected to similar experiences. During this time, I found myself becoming more cautious in my online interactions. I began to question everything I shared and every interaction I had with strangers on the internet. The idea that someone could easily find out so much about me, just from a few careless details, was disconcerting. It made me realize that we are all living in a world where privacy is becoming increasingly difficult to maintain. While technology has provided many benefits, it has also introduced new risks that we must navigate. I started to wonder if there would ever be a time when the balance between convenience and security could be achieved. One of the hardest parts of this experience was the feeling of isolation it caused. I felt like I was alone in dealing with this problem, and the more I thought about it, the more helpless I felt. I didn't want to burden my family or friends with my fears, yet I felt like I couldn't keep them to myself either. The anxiety was beginning to affect my day-to-day life. I was constantly looking over my shoulder, checking the locks on my doors, and feeling uneasy in my own home. It was as if I had lost control of my own sense of safety and peace of mind. Over time, the situation did calm down, but the sense of vulnerability never fully went away. Even though the post was taken down and the messages stopped, I could not stop thinking about what had happened. It made me question the security of my own digital footprint. What other information was out there about me that I had no control over? It was a wake-up call, one that forced me to confront the reality of living in an increasingly connected world where privacy is becoming harder to protect. Reflecting on the experience, I began to understand the true impact of online harassment and the dangers of sharing personal information. What might seem like a harmless post to one person can have serious consequences for the individual targeted. It also made me think about how we as a society interact online and the responsibilities we have to each other when it comes to respecting privacy. I realized that the internet, despite its many advantages, can also be a place where people are easily hurt, exploited, and exposed. It reminded me of the importance of empathy and understanding in the digital world. The experience also prompted me to become more involved in advocating for better online privacy protections. I realized that this was not just a personal issue but a widespread problem affecting many individuals. There are countless people who have experienced similar violations of their privacy, and the consequences can be far-reaching. As I began to learn more about online security and privacy rights, I became more passionate about helping others understand the risks they face in the digital age. It was clear to me that we need to do more to protect ourselves and each other from the dangers that lurk online. In the end, the experience taught me an important lesson about the importance of security, both online and offline. While we cannot always control what happens to our personal information once it is out there, we can take steps to protect ourselves. I have since become more diligent about securing my digital presence, and I encourage others to do the same. It's a constant balancing act between enjoying the benefits of technology and safeguarding our privacy. But the most important lesson I learned is that we must never take our safety for granted, especially in a world where threats can come from anywhere. Looking back, I can see how that one moment of shock and fear transformed into a deeper understanding of the complexities of online privacy. It was not just about the fear of being targeted. It was about the realization that our personal information is far more vulnerable than we might think. In a world where everything is interconnected, it is more important than ever to be vigilant about our privacy and to take steps to protect ourselves from those who would seek to exploit it. This experience may have been unsettling, but it was also a call to action, a reminder that our digital lives are just as important as our physical ones. As I move forward, I remain cautious but hopeful. I know that the internet will always be a part of my life, but I now approach it with a deeper awareness of its risks. The experience of having my address exposed online was not easy, but it has shaped my perspective on how I interact with the digital world. It has made me more mindful of the information I share and more proactive about protecting my privacy. In the end, I hope that others can learn from my experience and take steps to safeguard their own information before it is too late. Story 10. I had always considered myself a cautious and protective parent. After all, the safety of my baby was my top priority. So when I set up the baby monitor, I double-checked every setting, making sure the camera was securely mounted and the app was connected to my phone. I never imagined that something could go wrong, that something could invade my sense of security, especially not in my own home. It was a quiet evening when I decided to check on my baby. I had put her down for a nap earlier, and I wanted to make sure everything was fine. I opened the baby monitor app on my phone, expecting to see her peacefully sleeping in her crib. The screen loaded, and I saw my baby's face, but then something else caught my eye, someone else's face staring directly into the crib. My heart skipped a beat as I stared at the screen, unsure of what I was seeing. The face was distorted by the angle, but it was undeniably human. It was a man with a dark complexion and a vague expression that seemed eerily calm. I blinked several times, convinced it was some glitch or trick of the lighting, but when I looked again, he was still there, watching my baby. I quickly checked the camera's positioning, expecting it to have shifted somehow, but no, it was still focused on the crib as it should be. I could see my baby, peacefully sleeping, unaware of the stranger so close. My mind raced as I tried to rationalize what was happening. How was this even possible? Was someone watching us through the monitor? The thought of someone invading my home, watching my child, sent a chill down my spine. I immediately logged out of the app and logged back in, hoping that would resolve whatever issue was happening. But when I opened the app again, the man was still there, staring intently at my baby. Panic began to creep into my mind, and I couldn't understand how this was happening. Was it a hacker? Had someone gained access to the baby monitor system? I tried to stay calm, but my hands were shaking as I reached for my phone settings to change the password and secure the network. My first instinct was to call my husband, but he was at work, and I didn't want to alarm him unnecessarily. I had to handle this on my own. As I fumbled with the app and the network settings, I kept my eyes glued to the monitor, desperately trying to make sense of what was happening. The man on the screen didn't seem to move, but his presence was undeniable. It felt as though he was standing just inches from my baby, his gaze unwavering. I couldn't shake the sense of dread building in my chest. My mind began to race with questions. Who was he? How did he get into our system? Was he dangerous? After what felt like an eternity, I managed to secure the network and change the password for the baby monitor app. I checked the camera feed again, but this time the man was gone. It was just my baby, sleeping soundly as if nothing had happened. I exhaled a sigh of relief, but the tension in my body remained. I had just witnessed something that I couldn't explain, and it haunted me. I decided to check the security logs for the monitor, hoping to find some answers. The app recorded every connection, every person who accessed the system. I scrolled through the logs, but I couldn't make sense of the data. There were a few unfamiliar IP addresses, but nothing concrete. No names, no details, just numbers that meant nothing to me. It was at that moment that I realized I needed help. I couldn't handle this on my own. I dialed the number for tech support for the baby monitor system, hoping they could provide some insight into what had happened. The representative was polite, but when I described what I saw, she sounded concerned too. She assured me that they would look into the issue, but I couldn't help but feel a deep sense of unease. As I waited for a response, I started to wonder if the man had been watching for a while. Had he been there when I first set up the monitor? Was he there when I first checked on my baby? I couldn't shake the image of his face, staring at my child. It felt like a violation of the worst kind, an invasion of my home, my private space. Days passed, and I tried to put the incident out of my mind. The baby monitor seemed to work fine after I had changed the password, and there were no further signs of unauthorized access. But I couldn't forget what I had seen. Every time I checked on my baby through the monitor, I half expected to see that face again, staring from the darkness. I began to research security breaches in baby monitors, hoping to understand how someone could access our system. I found countless stories of people who had experienced similar situations, strangers watching their children through their cameras. It seemed like a growing problem, one that many parents were unaware of until it was too late. I felt a deep sense of dread as I realized how vulnerable these devices could make us. I started to take extra precautions, ensuring that the baby monitor settings were always secure and up to date. I also installed a security camera outside our home, hoping to catch any suspicious activity in the area. But no matter how many steps I took, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was out there, watching us. It was as if the violation had left an indelible mark on my peace of mind. The tech support team eventually got back to me, but they had no explanation for what had happened. They assured me that there was no evidence of a security breach, and they couldn't trace the source of the strange connection. It was as though the man had simply disappeared, leaving no trace behind. I was left with more questions than answers, and the feeling of unease continued to linger. I tried to talk to friends and family about the incident, but many of them brushed it off, thinking it was just a glitch or a mistake. They couldn't understand how deeply unsettling it was to have someone invade such an intimate space. I tried to explain how I felt violated, but they didn't seem to grasp the magnitude of the situation. It was hard to make them understand that this wasn't just a technical issue, it was an emotional one. As time went on, I began to wonder if the man had been watching me as well. Had he been watching my every move? Was he aware of my routines, my comings and goings? The more I thought about it, the more paranoid I became. I couldn't shake the feeling that my home was no longer a safe space. It was as if the boundaries between private and public had been erased. I started to monitor our security system more closely, checking the footage from the outside cameras regularly. I also became hyper-aware of the people around me, wondering if I might recognize someone who seemed out of place. But no one ever seemed suspicious. I couldn't pinpoint anything that might explain what had happened. It felt like a ghost, a presence that couldn't be explained or understood. It wasn't until a few months later that I received an unexpected call from the tech support team. They had conducted a thorough investigation into the incident and had discovered something disturbing. Apparently, the baby monitor had been hacked by a group of individuals who specialized in gaining unauthorized access to these devices. The man I had seen in the video was one of their operatives, part of a larger network of hackers who targeted vulnerable systems. The revelation was both relieving and horrifying. It explained everything, but it also made me feel more vulnerable than ever. I was just one of many parents who had been affected by this growing problem. The idea that someone could access my home, watch my child, and violate our privacy in such an intimate way made my stomach turn. In the end, I learned that no device is truly secure unless we take the necessary steps to protect it. I realized that while technology can make our lives easier, it can also expose us to dangers we never even imagined. I became more vigilant, more cautious, but I couldn't erase the fear that lingered in the back of my mind. The memory of that man's face, staring into my baby's crib, would stay with me for a long time. Story 11. Every night, my phone alarm rings at exactly 3:13 a.m., even though I've never set it to do that. The first time it happened, I assumed it was some sort of mistake, a glitch in the system, or maybe a forgotten setting I had overlooked. I had been deep in a dream when the shrill sound of the alarm shattered the silence of the night, pulling me out of my sleep with a jolt. My heart raced as I fumbled to turn it off, confusion swirling in my foggy mind. It was a strange time to wake up, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The next night, the same thing happened. The alarm went off at 3:13 a.m., sharp and insistent. I checked my phone in a daze, half expecting it to be some kind of reminder or alert, but nothing was there. No scheduled events, no alarm set, no apps running that could have triggered it. I even went through my phone's settings to make sure nothing was amiss, but everything seemed normal. Yet, there it was again, 3:13 a.m. every night like clockwork. At first I tried to convince myself it was nothing, that there was some rational explanation for it. Maybe my phone was malfunctioning, or perhaps some app was causing the issue without my knowledge. I scoured the app store, looking for any signs of suspicious apps that might have set the alarm without my consent. But after hours of searching, I came up empty. Nothing seemed out of place, and the alarm continued to ring, as though mocking my efforts to figure it out. After a week of sleepless nights, I couldn't ignore it any longer. The sound of the alarm at 3:13 a.m. had begun to feel like a looming presence in the back of my mind, an eerie ritual that I couldn't explain. It was as if something or someone was deliberately trying to make me aware of that exact moment, as though it had a significance that I was meant to understand. My anxiety began to grow, and with it, a sense of dread that settled over me. every time the clock neared that cursed hour. One night, desperate to find an answer, I decided to stay awake. I set my phone beside me, watching it closely as the minutes ticked by. I wanted to catch the moment it went off, to see if there was any clue as to why it was happening. As the clock approached 3:13 a.m., my eyes began to burn with exhaustion, but I fought to stay alert. The room was silent, except for the soft ticking of the clock, and I could feel my pulse quickening as the hour drew near. When the alarm went off at precisely 3:13 a.m., I jumped, but this time I was ready. I reached for my phone immediately, expecting to find an explanation. However, there was nothing there, no notification, no message, no app running. It was as if the alarm had appeared from nowhere, and the eerie precision of it sent a chill down my spine. My hands shook as I turned it off, but as I looked at the screen, I saw something I hadn't noticed before. A strange, unfamiliar notification at the top of the screen. It was a message, but the text was garbled, a string of random characters that made no sense at all. I stared at the screen, my mind racing as I tried to make sense of what I had just seen. The message disappeared as quickly as it appeared, vanishing into the ether before I could take a screenshot or even fully process it. My heart pounded in my chest, and I couldn't help but wonder if I was losing my mind. Had I imagined the message? Was it possible that I had somehow misread it? Or was something much darker at play? The next night, I was determined to catch whatever was happening on my phone. I placed my phone on the nightstand, pointed directly at me, and stayed awake, waiting for the moment when it would ring again. The minutes passed in a blur, the ticking of the clock louder than usual as I stared at the screen, waiting. As the hands of the clock inched toward 3:13 a.m., I felt a cold sweat break out across my forehead, my nerves jangling in anticipation. When the alarm rang again at exactly 3:13 a.m., I was ready. I grabbed my phone, eager to see what would appear this time. But this time I was not alone. As I reached for the phone, I heard a whisper in the air so soft that it was almost imperceptible. The voice was unfamiliar, a low, distorted sound that seemed to emanate from nowhere. I froze, my breath catching in my throat as I stared at the screen. The phone's display flickered, and for a brief second, the garbled message I had seen the night before reappeared, only this time it was clearer. It was a series of numbers, 313. I couldn't make sense of it. Why these numbers? Why 3:13 a.m.? The voice seemed to grow louder, and I swore I could feel the temperature in the room drop. My mind raced with possibilities. Could it be a prank? A glitch in the phone system? Or was something else happening, something beyond my understanding? The fear that had been creeping up inside me reached its peak, and I felt the overwhelming urge to get rid of the phone, to shut it down completely. I quickly turned off the phone and unplugged it, hoping that would stop the alarms and the strange occurrences. But as I placed it on my desk, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed. The air in the room felt heavy, as though the walls were closing in around me. I tried to go back to sleep, but the sensation of being watched lingered, and sleep was elusive. The next few days were no better. The alarm rang at 3:13 a.m., every night, as precise as ever. The strange message continued to appear, always at the same time, and always accompanied by that eerie whisper. I began to feel as though I was losing control of my own reality. It was as though my phone had become a portal to something otherworldly, something that was trying to communicate with me, and I had no idea what it wanted. I tried everything to stop it, resetting the phone, reinstalling the operating system, even taking it to a technician, but nothing worked. The alarm continued to ring at 3:13 a.m., and the strange, cryptic message persisted. I began to wonder if I was the one being targeted, or if there was something about that time, something about 313 that held a greater significance. I sought advice from friends and family, but they only laughed it off, telling me it was just a glitch or that I was imagining things. But I knew better. I could feel it deep in my bones. Something was wrong, something that went beyond the realm of explanation. It was as though the very fabric of reality had been torn open, and I was caught in the rift, unable to escape. The nightmares started soon after. Every night I would dream of a dark figure standing at the foot of my bed, its face hidden in shadow. It would whisper my name, the sound soft but insistent, and every time I tried to scream, my voice would be stolen. The figure would step closer, its presence suffocating, until I woke up in a cold sweat. And when I glanced at the clock, it was always 3:13 a.m. The cycle seemed unbreakable, each night blending into the next, each night filled with terror and confusion. I didn't know how much longer I could endure it. The phone, the whispers, the figure in my dreams, everything felt like a nightmare that I couldn't escape, and I began to wonder if I ever would. I started searching for answers, digging into the significance of 3:13 a.m. and the strange occurrences surrounding it. I found articles about strange phenomena, unexplained events, and stories of people who had experienced similar things. Some spoke of time loops, others of supernatural forces, but none of it provided any clarity. The more I searched, the more I felt as though I was being drawn into something larger than myself, something I was powerless to stop. In the end, I still don't know what's happening. The alarm rings at 3:13 a.m. every night, and I still hear the whispers. My phone remains a constant source of unease, and I no longer know where reality ends and something else begins. I feel as though I am trapped in a never-ending cycle, and every night I wait for the next 3:13 a.m. to come, and with it, whatever it is that's trying to reach me. Story 12. I had recently decided to purchase a used laptop. It was from a local seller who advertised it as being in great condition, with all the original accessories and no issues. I was eager to get my hands on it, as I needed a second device for work and personal use. The price was reasonable, and the seller seemed trustworthy enough. I picked it up, paid the agreed amount, and drove home, excited to start setting it up and getting it ready for use. As soon as I arrived home, I plugged in the laptop and powered it on. It booted up quickly, and everything seemed normal at first. The screen displayed the usual prompts to configure settings like language and Wi-Fi, and I began the process of setting up the laptop. As I proceeded, the device seemed to be in working order, and I felt relief that I had made a good purchase. However, my excitement soon turned to confusion when I saw something strange in the files folder. As I navigated through the folders to organize everything, I came across a folder labeled Pictures. Curious, I clicked on it, assuming it might be some old photos from the previous owner. But what I saw next made my heart stop. The folder contained hundreds of photos, and they were all pictures of strangers sleeping. The photos were taken in various places, some in beds, others on couches, and some in public spaces like parks and cafes. Each image was a close-up of someone in a deep sleep, completely unaware they were being photographed. I clicked through a few more images, and the unease grew. There were clear patterns in the photos, different people, different locations, but all sleeping, many of them in seemingly private moments. It was chilling to think about how the photos had been taken. How did these strangers not notice? Why would anyone take such intimate and invasive pictures without consent? My mind raced as I tried to make sense of what was happening. I immediately felt violated. The laptop, which I had thought would be a simple, functional device for my work, had turned into a portal to something deeply unsettling. These photos weren't just random, they were collected, organized, and stored on a machine that now felt tainted. I felt like I had stumbled into a dark, hidden corner of someone else's life, a place where privacy had been grossly disrespected. I quickly closed the folder, but the images were burned into my mind. Who were these people? Why was this on the laptop I had just purchased? I took a moment to calm down, realizing that I needed to handle the situation carefully. I knew I had to report this, but to whom? The seller, a local authority. The idea of going back to the seller was intimidating. What if they had been the one to take the photos, or worse, what if they had sold the laptop knowing it had these images? I wasn't sure what to do next, but I knew that ignoring it would only make the situation worse. So I decided to take action and contact the seller. Before I could send a message, I felt the need to do more research into the laptop's history. I performed a quick search on the model number, hoping it would give me some answers. I quickly found that the laptop had been a popular choice for students, many of whom had purchased refurbished models. This made me wonder, could it have been a used laptop from a previous owner who had used it for something illegal? Could it have been passed through several hands, with the images somehow remaining on the device? With a heavy heart, I started to look through the laptop's settings and discovered something even more disturbing. The laptop's history of recently opened files included several instances where photos from that folder had been viewed. Whoever owned this laptop before me had spent quite a bit of time looking at those images. It was as if they had deliberately curated a collection, rather than just stumbled across it by accident. This made the situation even worse. I wasn't just dealing with an unknowing transaction, I was involved in something far more disturbing. I called a close friend to explain what had happened, and their reaction mirrored mine, shock and disbelief. We discussed what I should do, weighing my options carefully. One part of me wanted to immediately erase the entire hard drive and forget about it. The other part of me felt it was important to report what I had discovered, so that others wouldn't find themselves in the same situation. After all, this could be part of something larger, and ignoring it might mean letting something illegal slip through the cracks. In the end, I decided to report the incident. I reached out to local authorities to inform them about the situation. I also contacted the seller to ask for an explanation, though I had a gut feeling that this person might not be as innocent as they appeared. The authorities assured me that they would investigate the issue, as they took matters involving privacy violations seriously. They advised me to hand over the laptop for further examination, which I did immediately. I also backed up any files I thought could be useful in their investigation, including the photos, to preserve the evidence. While waiting for the authorities to look into the situation, I couldn't help but reflect on how I had overlooked the red flags. I thought I had been cautious by purchasing a used device through a local seller, but I had missed the most important detail: the laptop's history. I should have been more thorough in inspecting the device before buying it. Had I noticed something like an unusual number of files on the laptop, or if I had checked the photos folder right away, I might have caught this earlier. As the days passed, I received updates from the authorities. They confirmed that the photos on the laptop were indeed of strangers, and that they were in the process of tracing the origin of the images. It turned out that the previous owner had been under investigation for a series of similar incidents. Apparently, this was part of a pattern of behavior where the individual had sold off multiple devices with disturbing content stored on them. They had been involved in an ongoing investigation, and I had unknowingly purchased one of their old laptops. The news was both shocking and a little relieving. While I had not been directly involved in anything illegal, I felt deeply disturbed by the idea that I had unknowingly participated in something criminal. I kept wondering about the people in the photos. Were they ever made aware of what had happened? Did they ever find out that their private moments had been shared in such an invasive manner? These questions haunted me, and I wished there was something more I could do to help them. The authorities eventually took the laptop as evidence, and I was assured that they were working to track down the previous owner. I was left with a sense of unease, but I also felt a responsibility to warn others. I shared my experience online, hoping that it might serve as a cautionary tale for people buying used electronics. It was easy to overlook the potential dangers of purchasing second-hand devices, especially when they appeared to be in good condition. But now, I knew better. I made a commitment to myself that, moving forward, I would always take extra precautions when buying used electronics. Whether it was checking the history of a device, resetting it to factory settings, or ensuring that there were no traces of previous users, I would be more vigilant in the future. I realized that it wasn't just about protecting my own privacy, it was also about being responsible and helping to ensure that others were safe too. Though the incident was disturbing, it was ultimately a learning experience. I had learned how easily someone could exploit a second-hand device for their own purposes, and how important it was to be cautious when purchasing anything used. The experience also reminded me that technology, while convenient and essential, can also be a tool for harm if it falls into the wrong hands. As I moved on from the situation, I knew that I would always be more aware of the risks involved in buying used electronics, and I hoped that others would learn from my experience as well. Story 13. I stared at the message on my smartwatch, the text blinking ominously on the small screen. The words were simple, yet the urgency in them sent a cold shiver down my spine. You have 5 minutes to run. My fingers tightened around the watch, as if the device itself could offer some explanation. There was no sender, no clue as to who or what was behind this strange message. My mind raced, trying to make sense of it, but every possible explanation seemed more ridiculous than the last. I glanced around the room, feeling an overwhelming sense of unease. I was alone in my apartment, with the curtains drawn and the only sound being the faint hum of the refrigerator. But something about the stillness felt wrong, as if it was merely the calm before something terrible. The clock on the wall ticked away in the background, each second passing as though mocking me. How could anyone know where I was? What did they mean by run? For a moment I thought about ignoring it. Surely it was a prank or some glitch in the smartwatch's system. But then the screen flickered again, and the message changed. 4 minutes left. The countdown had begun. The feeling of dread in my stomach grew stronger. I tried to shake it off, but the more I thought about it, the more my mind filled with possibilities. Was I being targeted? Had I done something to deserve this threat? Was it someone I knew or a complete stranger? I stood up, pacing back and forth in the small space. My breath quickened, and my palms began to sweat. I had always been cautious, so how could this be happening to me? The message seemed so specific, so deliberate. My thoughts kept circling back to one question: why now? Why was this happening to me, of all people? What had changed in my life to make me a target? The watch buzzed again. 3 minutes. My heart thudded painfully in my chest, and I had to force myself to breathe steadily. I couldn't stay here. I had to act. But run where? Or was it safe? Who would even believe me if I told them what was going on? I was on my own in this situation, and there was no one to help me. No one but myself. I moved toward the door, pulling it open just a crack. The hallway outside was dark, silent. I had no reason to feel like I was being watched, but the feeling was undeniable. My eyes scanned the corridor, searching for any sign of movement or life. Nothing. The silence in my building seemed unnaturally heavy, but it didn't matter. The watch had said I had to run, and that was all that mattered. I stepped out into the hallway, closing the door behind me with trembling hands. The message blinked again, and my pulse quickened. 2 minutes. My mind was racing with 100 different thoughts, each one more frantic than the last. What did the message mean? Was this some sort of test? A twisted game? I couldn't shake the feeling that someone somewhere was watching me. I tried to push the thought away, but it clung to me like a shadow. My feet moved faster than my mind could keep up with. I turned the corner of the hallway and reached the stairs, but a sudden noise made me freeze. I looked around, heart pounding in my ears. The sound was distant, but it was unmistakable. Footsteps. Someone was coming. I backed up against the wall, holding my breath, praying that whoever it was wouldn't see me. The footsteps grew louder, closer. I could feel the heat of panic rising in my chest. The watch buzzed again. 1 minute. My breath caught in my throat. There was no time left. I had to make a decision. I couldn't just stand here. I had no choice but to run. I sprinted down the stairs, taking them 2 at a time, my legs burning with the effort. I burst through the front door of the building and into the cool night air. The streets were eerily quiet, the only sound the pounding of my heart in my ears. I looked around, my eyes darting back and forth, trying to make sense of my surroundings. But there was no clear destination, no safe haven. I was alone, and the fear that gripped me now was almost suffocating. I didn't know where I was running to, only that I had to keep moving. The message had been clear. I had to run, and there was no time to waste. The seconds seemed to stretch out forever as I pushed myself harder, my breath coming in ragged gasps. But no matter how fast I ran, it felt like the danger was closing in on me. My feet pounded against the pavement, but the world around me seemed to grow quieter, more still. It was as though the entire city was holding its breath, waiting for something. The watch buzzed again. But this time the message was different. 0 minutes. You're too late. I stumbled to a halt, the words flashing on the screen, echoing in my mind. A sickening sense of dread filled me, and I stood there, frozen in place. What did this mean? Had I failed? Had something terrible already happened? I looked around desperately, trying to make sense of the situation, but everything seemed normal. The streets were empty, the lights flickering faintly in the distance. There was no sign of any threat, no sign of anyone following me. I was on the verge of turning back when a low, distant sound reached my ears. At first, I thought it was just the wind, but then it grew louder, more distinct. A voice, a whisper that carried through the night. "You're not alone," it said. I froze, my blood running cold. The voice seemed to come from everywhere, surrounding me. I looked around frantically, but there was no one there. No one in sight, just empty streets and the quiet hum of the city. But the voice lingered, reverberating in my mind. I backed away slowly, feeling my pulse quicken. Whatever was happening, it wasn't over. The message, the footsteps, the voice, it was all part of something bigger, something I didn't understand. But I knew one thing for sure. I couldn't stop running now. Story 14. I had just placed an order for food delivery and was looking forward to enjoying a quiet evening at home. The doorbell rang and I opened it to find the delivery driver standing there with a smile. He greeted me by name, which immediately struck me as odd. I hadn't mentioned my name in my order details, so how did he know who I was? Trying to brush off my unease, I asked him how he knew my name. He seemed surprised by my question and claimed it was just a coincidence that he remembered my name from previous deliveries. That explanation didn't sit right with me, though. It wasn't a common occurrence for a delivery driver to remember specific customers, especially not one I hadn't interacted with much before. As we exchanged pleasantries, he began to make comments about my hobbies. He mentioned something specific about a book one was reading recently and asked how I was enjoying it. This was even stranger because I hadn't discussed this book with anyone outside of a small circle of friends. It was as if he had done some research or had access to information about me that I wasn't comfortable with. To make matters worse, he started describing what I was wearing. He accurately detailed the shirt and pants I was wearing, which was beyond alarming. I felt a shiver run down my spine as I realized how much he knew about me. It was as if he had been watching or tracking me somehow. My heart started pounding, and I began to feel genuinely scared. Trying to maintain my composure, I quickly took my food and thanked him, hoping to end the conversation as soon as possible. But he continued to press, asking personal questions and making comments that made me feel even more uncomfortable. I started to feel trapped, as if I couldn't escape the situation. Eventually, I made up an excuse about needing to go inside and handle something, just to get away from him. Once I closed the door, I felt a wave of panic. I quickly called the food delivery service's customer support and reported what had happened. The customer service representative listened attentively and assured me they would investigate the matter. They took my account details and promised to follow up with the driver to find out how he knew so much about me. Over the next few days, I was on edge, constantly questioning what had happened and whether I was in any real danger. I kept replaying the interaction in my mind, trying to figure out if I had somehow missed a sign or if there was something I could have done differently. The entire situation left me feeling exposed and vulnerable. Eventually, the delivery service contacted me with an update. They informed me that they had suspended the driver's account and were conducting an investigation. They assured me that they took my concerns seriously and were doing everything they could to ensure it didn't happen again. While I appreciated their response, I couldn't shake the unsettling feeling of being watched. This incident has made me more cautious about ordering food delivery in the future. I now take extra precautions, like requesting deliveries to a more public location or having a friend present when the driver arrives. It's a sad reality that these measures are necessary to feel safe, but it's a small price to pay for peace of mind. The experience has also made me more aware of my own privacy and the importance of protecting my personal information online. Talking to friends and family about what happened helped me process my emotions and feelings of fear and violation. They offered their support and reassured me that I did the right thing by reporting the incident. It was comforting to know that I wasn't overreacting and that I wasn't alone in feeling uneasy about the situation. Reflecting on the incident, I realize how easily personal information can be accessed or misused in today's digital age. It's a reminder to be vigilant about protecting my privacy and personal details, both online and offline. I've started being more careful about what I share and who I share it with. While it's unfortunate that I have to be more guarded, it's a lesson learned the hard way. Moving forward, I will continue to be cautious and look for ways to protect myself from similar experiences. The incident has made me more aware of the potential risks involved in daily activities and interactions. It's a harsh reminder that we live in a world where privacy and personal boundaries can easily be violated, often without our knowledge or consent. Story 15. It was a typical morning, and I had a Zoom meeting scheduled for work. I had already made my coffee and was sitting in front of my computer, prepared for the usual hour-long conference call. I was used to these virtual meetings by now, having been working remotely for months, and I was comfortable with the routine. The meeting had started smoothly, with everyone checking in and discussing ongoing projects, but something unexpected happened that would change the way I viewed my workspace. I was listening attentively to a colleague's update when, out of the corner of my eye, I saw movement behind me. It was subtle at first, just a brief figure passing through the frame. I thought it might have been a trick of the light, perhaps a reflection on my screen, but as I glanced up, I saw it again. The figure was more distinct this time, a shadow-like silhouette moving in and out of view. My heart began to race. I was home alone, and there was no one else in the house. I immediately glanced behind me to check the room. My eyes scanned the area, but there was no one there. The door to my bedroom was closed, and the hallway outside was quiet. I quickly turned back to my screen, trying to focus on the meeting again, but the unease lingered. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. For a split second, I thought I might have imagined it, but the image was so clear in my mind that I couldn't dismiss it. I decided to ignore it and continue with the meeting, but as I was speaking, I noticed a subtle shift in the atmosphere. The air felt heavier, as if someone was standing behind me. I glanced at the video feed again, trying not to look too distracted. There it was once more, the faint outline of a figure moving behind me. This time I froze. I didn't know if I should bring it up or just pretend like nothing had happened. I didn't want to seem paranoid, but my instincts were screaming that something was off. I had to remind myself that I was alone in the house. There were no other people, no pets that could have caused the shadow, and yet there it was, a figure appearing and disappearing in my background. I quickly muted my microphone and turned my chair around, fully expecting to see nothing. The room was still empty. I stood up and walked to the door to make sure no one had entered from the hallway, but the house was as quiet as ever. When I sat back down, I tried to calm myself. Maybe it was just a weird glitch, some sort of camera distortion. I decided to check the video feed closely, replaying the moment I had seen the figure. I rewound the recording, feeling a sense of dread building in my chest as I looked at the frozen frame. There it was again, the shadowy figure, moving swiftly across the room. I could see it more clearly now. The figure was blurry, but it definitely wasn't a trick of the light or a glitch. It was real, and it had been there in plain sight. I glanced back at my colleagues, trying to regain my composure. They hadn't noticed anything unusual. Everyone seemed to be focused on the meeting as usual, unaware of the strange occurrence that had just unfolded behind me. I felt a wave of embarrassment wash over me. If I had brought it up, they would think I was losing my mind. But how could I ignore what I had seen? The tension in my chest grew heavier as I tried to focus on the conversation, but the mystery of what had just happened gnawed at me. After the meeting ended, I immediately left the call and opened the video recording again. I needed to examine it one last time. The figure had moved so quickly, but now I could see more clearly that it was not just a shadow. There was something off about the way it moved, almost like it was floating rather than walking. The figure didn't seem to belong to the room at all. It felt like it was intruding on the space, like it was out of place. My mind raced as I wondered what it could be. I couldn't explain it, but I couldn't deny what I had seen. I got up and walked around the house, checking every room. Maybe I had missed something, or maybe there was some logical explanation I hadn't considered. But everything was as it should be. The house was empty, and there was no sign of anyone else being there. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I sat down in front of my computer again, trying to make sense of what I had experienced. The meeting had gone on as if nothing unusual had happened, but for me it had been anything but normal. The strange occurrence stayed with me throughout the day. I couldn't stop thinking about the figure behind me, about the way it had moved in and out of view. Was it something supernatural? A trick of the mind? Or was there some other, more rational explanation I had overlooked? The more I thought about it, the more questions I had, but no answers. It was as though I had caught a glimpse of something that didn't belong, something that existed outside of my understanding. That evening, I mentioned it to a close friend, hoping for some perspective. They tried to reassure me, suggesting that maybe it was just a glitch in the camera or a trick of the mind. But when I told them about the figure moving behind me, they grew silent. They asked if I had checked the area around my house, if there had been anyone else in the room. I explained again that I was home alone, that no one else could have been there. It was a conversation that left me with more questions than answers. In the days that followed, I couldn't shake the sense that something wasn't right. The experience replayed over and over in my mind. I had seen something, and yet no one else had noticed it. The idea that I was simply imagining it didn't seem to fit with the clarity of the moment. I wondered if I had unknowingly picked up on something that others had missed, or if my mind was playing tricks on me. I started to feel like I was constantly looking over my shoulder, always waiting for something to appear again. But nothing happened. The house remained quiet, and my work meetings went on without incident. Still, every time I sat down in front of my computer, I couldn't help but glance behind me, half expecting to see that same shadow again. I began to feel like I was living in a state of suspense, waiting for something that I wasn't sure I even wanted to understand. One afternoon, after another meeting, I decided to review the footage once more, hoping that perhaps I had missed something. This time I slowed the video down and examined every frame carefully. When the figure appeared again, I focused on it. I couldn't see its face, but there was something unsettling about its movements. It wasn't human in the way it moved. It didn't seem to have the natural fluidity of a person. It was as though it was part of the background, something that didn't belong in the space at all. The feeling of being watched returned in full force. I couldn't explain it, but I knew that something unusual had happened. I tried to go about my days as usual, but the unease followed me everywhere. The idea that there was something or someone watching me from behind the camera was enough to make my skin crawl. The more I thought about it, the more I wondered, was I the only one who could see it? Had I uncovered something that I wasn't meant to? The mystery lingered, leaving me uncertain of what I had experienced and what might still be out there. Eventually, I decided to take a break from the constant reminder of what had happened. I moved my workspace to a different room and avoided looking at the old Zoom recording. But in the back of my mind, I couldn't forget the shadowy figure that had appeared behind me. I had seen it, and it was real in a way I couldn't explain. As the days passed, I began to wonder if I would ever find an answer to the strange occurrence, or if I would always be left with a lingering sense of unease. Story 16. I had been looking forward to this weekend getaway for weeks. After a long stretch of work and the daily grind, I finally decided to treat myself to a few days of rest. I found an Airbnb seemed perfect, cozy, secluded, and close to nature. It promised a relaxing retreat, and I was eager to disconnect from the usual distractions. When I arrived, I was greeted by the charm of the place, just as the pictures had promised. The cabin was nestled among trees, with a fireplace, a small deck, and views that stretched out to a quiet forest. It was exactly what I needed. However, things took an unexpected turn on the first evening. I had just settled in, unpacking my bags and preparing for a peaceful evening. Well, the moment I began to relax, I heard a knock at the door. I wasn't expecting anyone, and when I opened it, there stood the host. He explained he was just checking in to see how everything was going. I was a little taken aback, as the Airbnb listing clearly stated that the host would not be on the property during my stay. I politely nodded and assured him everything was fine, though I couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. He stayed for a few minutes, asking questions about my plans and offering unsolicited suggestions about things to do around the area. I tried to shake off the odd encounter and went back inside, hoping that would be the last of it. But to my surprise, the next day he showed up again. This time he didn't even knock. He simply walked around the back of the cabin and waved at me from the window. I opened the door cautiously, not sure what to expect. He said, "I thought I'd come by to check if you needed anything." I was starting to feel like a guest in my own home. This wasn't the level of interaction I had envisioned when I booked the place. I politely explained that I was fine and that I preferred not to be disturbed. As the day went on, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every time I stepped outside, I noticed him in the distance, peering out from behind a tree or standing in his own yard, always looking my way. It was becoming increasingly awkward, and I started to wonder if I had made a mistake by booking with him. I had chosen this Airbnb specifically because it offered solitude, but it seemed I wasn't getting the privacy I had been promised. The situation reached its peak the following afternoon when I was on the deck, enjoying a book in the sun. I had barely settled in when the host appeared once again, unannounced. This time he brought a friend with him, someone I had never met before. They stood at the base of the stairs, chatting casually, as if they were at a family reunion. I could feel my frustration bubbling up. I had paid for a private stay, and yet I was starting to feel like I was in someone else's home. I walked over and confronted him, trying to be as polite as possible while expressing my discomfort. "I understand you want to make sure everything's okay," I said, "but I was expecting a more private experience. I'd really appreciate it if you could refrain from showing up without notice." He seemed unfazed, almost surprised by my reaction. "Oh, I'm just trying to be helpful," he said, as if that justified his frequent appearances. His response made me feel even more uneasy, and I knew I needed to set stronger boundaries. I told him that I had other plans for the rest of the afternoon and didn't want to be interrupted again. This seemed to finally register with him, and he promised that he wouldn't disturb me further. I thought the issue had been resolved, but that wasn't the case. Later that evening, just as I was preparing dinner, I noticed his car parked at the end of the driveway. It was hard to ignore, especially since there were no other houses nearby. I looked out the window, half expecting to see him walking toward the door. When he didn't show up right away, I let out a sigh of relief, hoping he had finally gotten the message. But then, a few minutes later, there was another knock, this time on the back door. I was stunned. I opened it reluctantly, and there he was again, standing with his hands in his pockets, grinning as though nothing was wrong. "I just wanted to check if you were still okay," he said, as if this was a completely normal thing to do. I was fed up. "I'm fine," I replied curtly, "and I've asked you multiple times to stop showing up unannounced. Please respect my space." The awkwardness of the situation was starting to feel unbearable, and I could tell he was finally starting to pick up on my frustration. After that exchange, I knew I couldn't take it any longer. I immediately sent a message to the Airbnb platform. explaining the situation in full detail. I described his repeated, uninvited visits and the sense of invasion I felt. The last thing I wanted was to have my getaway ruined by an overbearing host, and I hoped Airbnb would intervene to ensure I could enjoy the rest of my stay. Within an hour, I received a reply from Airbnb's customer service, apologizing for the host's behavior. They assured me they would reach out to him and remind him of the platform's policies regarding guest privacy. While that was a relief, I couldn't help but feel unsettled. The whole situation had been so strange that it almost seemed like something out of a bad dream. How could someone not understand the basic concept of personal space, especially when renting out their property to strangers? Despite the assurance from Airbnb, I still wasn't comfortable. I considered packing up and leaving early, but I had already paid for the weekend, and I didn't want to let the host's behavior ruin my trip completely. I decided to stay, but I kept the doors locked and the windows closed for the rest of my time there. Whenever I stepped outside, I was hyper aware of his presence, even if I couldn't see him directly. It was as if he had turned my tranquil retreat into an ongoing battle for privacy. In the end, the rest of the weekend passed without incident. The host's visits ceased after Airbnb intervened, but I never fully regained the sense of peace I had initially hoped for. I was left with a feeling of unease, wondering how this situation could have been avoided. I had paid for a relaxing experience, but instead, I was constantly on edge, worrying that the host would appear at any moment. When I checked out, I made sure to leave detailed feedback on the Airbnb platform, sharing my experience with future guests. I wanted others to know what had happened, hoping it would encourage them to ask more specific questions about the host's behavior before booking. I also contacted Airbnb once more to express my disappointment. They offered a partial refund for the inconvenience, but it didn't feel like enough to compensate for the stress and discomfort I endured. Looking back, I'm still not sure what motivated the host to behave the way he did. Perhaps he felt a need to stay overly involved with his guests, or maybe he simply didn't understand the importance of respecting personal boundaries. Whatever the reason, his actions left a lasting impression, and I couldn't help but feel a little wary of renting from Airbnb again in the future. What should have been a peaceful, quiet getaway turned into an experience that made me question the level of privacy I could expect from short-term rentals. The situation reminded me of the importance of thoroughly researching a place and its host before making a reservation. While most hosts are respectful and considerate, this experience taught me that there can still be exceptions sometimes. Even the most beautiful Airbnb can turn into a nightmare if the host doesn't respect your privacy. Story 17. It was supposed to be the perfect opportunity. I had been looking for a short-term place to stay while waiting for my new apartment to be ready, and house sitting seemed like an easy solution. The owners of the house, a couple who traveled frequently for work, were offering me a cozy home in exchange for keeping an eye on things and taking care of their pets. They assured me that the house was well equipped and that I could enjoy my time there without any issues. The arrangement seemed ideal, and I was eager to move in. I arrived at the house on a quiet Saturday afternoon. It was a large, beautifully decorated home with a peaceful ambience. The couple had already left for their trip, and everything seemed perfect. I was given a tour of the house, and they showed me where everything was: the kitchen, the living room, the bedrooms, and the office space. They introduced me to their pets, 2 dogs and a cat, who were friendly and excited to meet me. Everything appeared to be in order, and I felt comfortable as I unpacked and settled in. The first few days went by without incident. I took care of the pets, enjoyed the peaceful surroundings, and relaxed in the spacious living room. The owners had left me a list of instructions, such as feeding times for the animals and some notes on how to maintain the house. I followed the rules, making sure to do everything just as they had asked. The house felt safe, and I had no reason to suspect that anything unusual was going on. It wasn't until the fourth day that things started to feel off. I had just finished a long shower, feeling refreshed after a workout, and was drying my hair in the bathroom. As I glanced around the room, I noticed something odd, a small black dot on the corner of the ceiling near the shower. At first, I dismissed it as a mark or a part of the lighting fixture, but something about it caught my attention. I stepped closer, trying to make out the details, and that's when I realized what it was. It wasn't just a mark, it was a camera lens. My heart dropped. I stood there, frozen, staring at the small device that had been hidden so cleverly in plain sight. It was the kind of thing you would expect to see in a spy movie, not in a bathroom of a house I was supposed to be caring for. I quickly scanned the room, and to my horror, I noticed a second camera hidden in the corner behind the bathroom mirror. My mind raced. Why were these cameras here? Who had placed them? And most importantly, why hadn't the owners mentioned anything about them? I felt a wave of disbelief wash over me. How could something like this happen? I had trusted these people, and now I was questioning everything. Was this a part of the house-sitting arrangement that they had neglected to tell me about? Or was it something far more sinister? I quickly grabbed my phone and began searching for any signs or indications that I might have missed during the initial tour. But everything seemed normal at first glance. Panic set in. I felt exposed, like my privacy had been completely violated. I quickly gathered my thoughts and decided I needed to confront the situation head-on. I went through the house, checking every room for any other hidden cameras. I didn't want to overreact, but I had to know if this was just an isolated incident or if the entire house was being monitored. I searched the living room, the kitchen, and the bedrooms, but there were no other cameras I could find. It seemed like the bathroom was the only room that was being watched. I tried to remain calm, but it was impossible. I felt trapped, unsure of what to do next. Should I call the police? Should I confront the owners directly? I had no idea what kind of situation I was dealing with. I wasn't even sure if I should continue staying in the house. But I also didn't want to jump to conclusions too quickly. What if there was an explanation? Maybe these cameras were part of some security system or an arrangement that I hadn't been told about. After a few minutes of pacing around the bathroom, I decided to check the security footage. The house had a smart home system that I was given access to, including the ability to monitor the security cameras outside. I logged into the system, hoping to find some answers, but what I discovered made my stomach turn. The footage from the cameras was not just monitoring the outside of the house, it was also showing the interior. It was clear now that the cameras in the bathroom were part of a larger network of surveillance equipment hidden throughout the house. At that moment, I realized I had to leave. I wasn't about to be watched like that, especially in such a private space. But I didn't want to panic unnecessarily, so I decided to take a more measured approach. I packed my things quickly, all while keeping an eye on the security system to see if the cameras were tracking my movements. It felt like I was in some sort of twisted game, with the owners knowing exactly what I was doing at every moment. Before I left, I contacted the couple. I wasn't sure how to broach the subject, but I needed to tell them that something was wrong. I sent a message explaining that I had discovered hidden cameras in the bathroom and that I felt uncomfortable staying there anymore. I waited anxiously for their response, but when it came, it was not what I expected. They responded with a message that seemed almost too calm, too casual. They apologized for not mentioning the cameras earlier, explaining that they had installed them for security purposes. They insisted that the cameras were only meant to monitor the pets and ensure that everything was safe while they were away. They reassured me that there was no need to worry and that I had nothing to fear. But something about their response didn't sit right with me. The tone of the message felt too rehearsed, too distant. I couldn't help but feel that I had been deceived. How could they expect me to believe that monitoring the bathroom was just part of a pet's security plan? It felt like an invasion of privacy, and I wasn't willing to ignore it. I could no longer stay in that house knowing that I was being watched. I packed up my things and left, but not without feeling deeply unsettled. Once I was outside, I tried to clear my head. I sat in my car for a while, trying to process everything that had happened. I had never experienced anything like this before. How had I been so trusting, so naive? I realized I needed to report what I had found, not just for my own peace of mind, but to make sure the situation didn't happen to anyone else. I made a call to the authorities, explaining what I had discovered and asking for their advice on how to proceed. The police arrived at the house later that afternoon. I met with them and showed them the hidden cameras I had found. They assured me that they would investigate the situation further. They also suggested that I file a formal report with the local authorities. It was a relief to know that the situation was being taken seriously, but it didn't undo the feeling of betrayal that I had experienced. In the following days, I struggled to put the whole ordeal behind me. I kept thinking about the trust I had placed in the homeowners and how easily it had been shattered. What kind of people would install hidden cameras in a bathroom and not mention it to the person they hired to care for their home? I couldn't shake the feeling that I had narrowly avoided a much more dangerous situation. Eventually, the investigation led to the discovery that the couple had been using hidden cameras not only in the bathroom but also in other private areas of the house. They had been monitoring previous house sitters as well, which made it clear that this was part of a much larger pattern. The couple was arrested for violating privacy laws, and their house was placed under investigation. The whole experience left me shaken, but I was grateful that I had trusted my instincts and decided to leave before things got worse. As for me, I couldn't bring myself to house sit again for a long time. The idea of staying in someone else's home, not knowing what kind of surveillance might be in place, was too unsettling. I learned a hard lesson about trust, privacy, and the importance of protecting myself in every situation. It's a lesson I will never forget, and one that will stay with me for the rest of my life. Story 18. It was well past midnight when I boarded the late-night train, the only passenger in sight. The station had long since closed, and the platform was eerily quiet, with only the sound of the train's engine humming in the distance. I had taken this route many times before, but tonight something felt different. The train car I entered was empty, save for a few scattered seats and the dim overhead lights flickering intermittently. I settled into my seat, thinking I would enjoy the quiet ride and perhaps even catch a few hours of sleep before my destination. But then the conductor appeared, a tall man with a weathered face, his uniform slightly disheveled as if he had been on duty for far too long. He approached me with a sense of urgency in his stride, his eyes darting back and forth as if searching for something or someone. I had barely glanced up from my phone when he stopped in front of me, his expression tense. "You need to move to the front car," he said, his voice low but insistent. "It's important that you do so now. Please." I was taken aback. Normally, the conductor was polite but distant, simply checking tickets and making announcements. This behavior was out of character. "Is there a problem?" I asked, feeling a knot form in my stomach. The last train of the night was usually quiet and uneventful, so this sudden shift in tone unsettled me. He didn't respond immediately. Instead, he glanced nervously down the length of the train, as though expecting something or someone to appear. He cleared his throat and repeated himself, more firmly this time, "I insist. Please, you must move to the front car immediately." His insistence made me uncomfortable, and I couldn't help but feel that something was wrong. The train was silent, except for the hum of the tracks beneath us, and the thought that I might be the only one awake and possibly the only one on board began to sink in. Reluctantly, I gathered my things and stood up, though I was still unsure of the urgency he seemed to be expressing. "Is everything okay?" I asked again, my voice betraying the unease I was starting to feel. He didn't respond directly, but simply turned on his heel and walked ahead, motioning for me to follow. His mannerisms were increasingly erratic, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was walking into something I wasn't prepared for. As I made my way toward the front car, the train seemed unnaturally still. The usual rattling and creaks that came with the movement of the train were absent, and the rhythmic sound of the wheels against the tracks was strangely muted. The lights in the cars grew dimmer as I moved toward the front, the atmosphere growing colder. My footsteps echoed too loudly in the silence, making me feel more isolated with each step. When I reached the door to the front car, I hesitated, wondering if I had made a mistake by following the conductor's odd request. The conductor was already standing inside the front car, looking at me with an intensity that was almost unnerving. "Please don't ask questions. Just get in," he said quickly, glancing behind him once more. It was then that I noticed the subtle tremor in his hand as he held the door open for me. I stepped inside, my instincts telling me to leave, but my curiosity pulling me forward. The car was much different from the one I had just come from. The seats were more worn, and the air felt heavier, as if it had been unused for a long time. I glanced around, but there was no sign of anything that might explain the conductor's strange behavior. The front car was nearly empty, with only a few passengers sitting quietly in their seats, none of them making a sound. They seemed oblivious to my presence, staring ahead as though in a trance. As I moved farther into the car, I noticed something odd. The lights flickered again, this time more aggressively, casting strange shadows along the walls. "What's going on?" I asked, feeling my throat tighten. The conductor didn't answer. Instead, he moved quickly to the door at the front of the car, looking out the window, his back turned to me. The silence was suffocating, and the eerie stillness of the train only heightened the strange tension building in the air. It was as though someone was waiting for us at the end of the line, something I couldn't quite grasp. I was about to speak again when the door at the front of the car suddenly opened, and a cold gust of air blew in, rattling the car. The conductor spun around at the sudden change, his face pale and his eyes wide with fear. "Stay here," he said, his voice shaking. I could feel the tension in his words as he moved quickly toward the door, his hand trembling as he reached for it. I hesitated, torn between the instinct to flee and the strange compulsion to stay put. It was then that I heard it. A low, guttural sound, almost like a growl, emanated from somewhere deep within the train. It was faint at first, but it grew louder, like something was slowly moving through the car. My heart pounded in my chest as I looked around, trying to pinpoint the source of the noise. But the passengers around me remained completely still, as if they couldn't hear it or simply didn't care. I moved closer to the conductor, my steps quickening as the noise intensified. He was looking out the door now, his expression grim. Before I could ask what was happening, he turned to me with wide eyes. "You shouldn't have come here," he whispered. It's too late now." His words were chilling, and I felt an overwhelming sense of dread flood over me. The growling noise was no longer just a faint sound, it was right outside the door, like something was pressing against it, trying to get in. I could see the conductor's breath coming in short gasps as he grabbed my arm, pulling me toward the back of the car. "You need to leave," he said urgently, his grip tightening around my wrist. "It's not safe for anyone here." I didn't know what to do. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what was happening. The passengers in the car, still eerily silent, did not seem to notice the growing tension. They were simply staring ahead, their eyes vacant, as though they were in some kind of trance. It was like we were trapped in a dream, unable to wake up from it. The growling noise continued, and now it was accompanied by a faint scratching sound, as if something was trying to break through the door. The conductor's face was etched with fear as he shoved me toward the rear of the car. "You need to get out," he repeated, his voice barely a whisper. I didn't know what he meant by that. There was no way off the train, not at this hour, not with the station so far behind us. But as he urged me on, something in my gut told me he wasn't just talking about the train. There was something far more sinister going on here, something I couldn't understand. I turned and ran down the aisle, my heart pounding as the growling grew louder, now accompanied by a deep, heavy breathing. The train seemed to stretch on forever as I ran, the air growing colder and colder with each passing moment. The eerie silence of the other passengers only heightened my fear, as if they were all waiting for something or someone to come. And when I finally reached the rear of the train, the door wouldn't open. I pulled at the handle, desperate to get out, but it wouldn't budge. Suddenly, the lights flickered and went out completely, plunging the train into darkness. The growling noise was deafening now, and I felt a cold hand grip my shoulder. I spun around, my heart in my throat, but there was nothing there. The conductor had disappeared, and I was alone in the dark, trapped on a train that seemed to be moving toward something I could not escape. Story 19. My flight had landed hours ago, and I was finally at the baggage claim area, eagerly waiting for my luggage to arrive. The anticipation of getting my belongings and heading home after a long journey was starting to wear off, especially as I watched everyone else retrieve their bags and leave. As the conveyor belt slowly turned, I began to notice something unusual. My suitcase was among the last ones to appear, and when it finally came into view, it looked nothing like mine. I had no recollection of that particular bag, and as I grabbed it, I realized something even stranger. The contents inside were not my clothes. I immediately opened the suitcase, my mind racing with confusion. Instead of the familiar shirts, pants, and jackets I had packed, I found an assortment of clothes that I had never seen before. There were brightly colored dresses, a few pairs of shoes that looked much too big for me, and accessories I could not recall purchasing. It was as though someone had mixed up my bag with someone else's entirely. My heart started to race, and I began to feel the familiar stirrings of panic. This was not just a minor mistake, something was definitely wrong. How could this happen? Was my bag swapped by accident, or was there something more sinister going on? The first thing I did was check the tag on the bag. It had my name on it, so I assumed it was indeed my luggage, but the clothes inside were a complete mystery. I began to wonder if perhaps I had picked up the wrong suitcase by mistake, but the weight and the shape were exactly the same as mine. I looked around to see if anyone else was in a similar predicament, but everyone seemed to be leaving with their own bags. No one else appeared to be looking at their luggage with confusion. I stood there for a moment, unsure of what to do next, before making my way to the lost and found. At the lost and found desk, I tried to explain the situation to the attendant, who seemed somewhat amused at first. It wasn't until I showed her the contents of the bag that her expression changed to one of concern. She asked me if I had made any recent connections during my travels, or if I had any idea where the mix-up might have occurred. I told her I had flown directly to my destination and hadn't had any layovers, so I couldn't figure out how my bag could end up containing someone else's clothes. The attendant offered to take my information and promised to look into the situation, but I was left feeling more confused than ever. How could this happen? And more importantly, where was my luggage? As I stood there, waiting for the attendant to investigate, I started to piece together the possibilities. Or could it be that my suitcase was mistakenly switched at the airport? Had someone accidentally taken mine, and in the process, someone else had grabbed the wrong bag? Or was this a more deliberate mix-up, where someone might have swapped their clothes with mine for some unknown reason? I couldn't shake the feeling that this was not just an innocent mistake. The clothes in the suitcase seemed too specific, as if someone had carefully chosen them and packed them into my bag intentionally. The more I thought about it, the more uneasy I became. The attendant returned after what felt like an eternity, explaining that they had checked the luggage handling system but couldn't find any records of a mix-up with my bag. She suggested I contact the airline directly to report the issue and see if they could trace my luggage. I felt a sense of frustration rising within me. This was taking far longer than I had anticipated, and I had no idea how long it would take to get my own belongings back. In the meantime, I had no choice but to make do with the unfamiliar clothes I had been given, though none of them were particularly suited to my needs. The dresses seemed way too formal for my usual style, and the shoes didn't even fit properly. It was as though I had been handed someone else's life, and I had no idea what to do with it. I walked out of the airport and found a quiet corner to call the airline. After a few minutes of navigating through automated prompts, I finally reached a representative who could assist me. I explained the situation again, and she was sympathetic but equally baffled. She assured me they would look into the matter, but they needed some time to track my luggage down. In the meantime, I was told to hold on to the clothes in the bag and wait for further instructions. I reluctantly agreed, still feeling unsettled by the whole ordeal. As I hung up, I couldn't help but feel like I was caught in some bizarre, surreal situation. How could a simple trip turn into such a complicated mess? The following hours were spent in a state of limbo. I tried to enjoy the rest of my day, but my mind kept returning to the suitcase and the mystery of what had happened to my clothes. I had no idea how to make sense of it all. The idea of wearing someone else's clothes, especially clothes that didn't fit or suit my style, was making me uncomfortable. It felt like a strange invasion of my privacy, as though my identity had been temporarily erased and replaced with someone else's. The more I tried to distract myself from it, the more the situation gnawed at me. I couldn't help but wonder, was my suitcase ever going to be found, or had I been left with the wrong bag for good? As the day wore on, I began to entertain the thought that perhaps my luggage would never be returned to me. Maybe it had truly been lost in the shuffle of airport operations, never to be seen again. Or worse, maybe someone had intentionally taken it, and I was now left with the remnants of someone else's belongings. The idea that someone had intentionally swapped my bag left me feeling uneasy. Why would anyone do such a thing? And who would have gone through the trouble of switching out their clothes with mine? That night, as I lay in bed, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. The whole situation had taken on an almost surreal quality. I kept imagining all the possible scenarios in which this could have happened, but none of them made complete sense. How had I ended up with a stranger's clothes? Was it just a mix-up, or was there something more to it? The more I thought about it, the less I could make sense of the situation. I eventually drifted off to sleep, though the mystery of my missing luggage continued to linger in the back of my mind. The next day, I received a call from the airline. They had located my suitcase and confirmed that it had been accidentally sent to another airport during a routine baggage transfer. It was scheduled to be sent back to me within the next few hours. I couldn't help but feel a mix of relief and frustration. While it was good news that my luggage had been found, I still couldn't shake the odd feeling that lingered from having someone else's clothes in my bag. It was as though the entire ordeal had changed my perspective on travel. I had always considered airports and baggage handling as simple, routine processes, but now I realized how easily things could go wrong. When my suitcase finally arrived, I was both relieved and a little apprehensive. I opened the bag and found that the clothes had been neatly folded, exactly as I had left them. There were no signs of tampering, and everything seemed to be in order. It was almost as if this strange episode with the mismatched clothes had never happened at all, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I had just been part of some strange, unexplained event. As I unpacked my things, I couldn't help but wonder, how had the wrong clothes ended up in my bag? And what could that mean about the way we trust our belongings to the systems that handle them? Story 20. Awani. It was a rainy evening, the kind of night where the streets were slick and nearly deserted. I had been driving for what felt like hours, trying to make it home after a long day at work. The storm had worsened, and my car was running low on fuel, so I decided to stop at the nearest gas station. The lights inside the small convenience store flickered faintly as I pulled up, but the station seemed otherwise quiet, almost too quiet for a busy highway. I parked by the pump and got out, eager to escape the rain and grab something warm to drink. The gas station wasn't much, a small building with a few aisles of snacks, drinks, and other necessities. There was an older man behind the counter, hunched over, probably in his 60s, wearing a faded blue uniform with the name Jerry stitched on the pocket. I didn't think much of him as I entered, nodding a quick hello before heading straight for the coffee machine. As I poured my coffee, I heard the door behind me click shut. I turned, thinking I might have missed someone entering, but there was no one. The man Jerry was still standing behind the counter, watching me carefully. Before I could ask about it, the sound of the door's bolt locking echoed through the small store, and I froze. I looked at Jerry, wondering if it was some sort of mistake or a malfunction with the door, but when his eyes met mine, he just nodded and said in a low voice, "You should stay here for a while." I felt a chill run down my spine. My first instinct was to laugh it off, thinking maybe he was joking. But there was something in his tone and urgency, perhaps even a hint of threat, that made me hesitate. I glanced toward the windows. The rain was pouring harder now, and the world outside was blurring into a gray sheet of water and mist. There was no other car in sight, and the gas station was as isolated as it had seemed when I first pulled in. I quickly scanned the small convenience store, trying to make sense of the situation. Why would he lock the door? "Excuse me," I asked, trying to sound casual, though my voice was trembling slightly. "What do you mean?" Jerry didn't answer immediately. Instead, he moved toward the front door, standing there for a moment, as if watching the storm outside. I followed his gaze but saw nothing unusual, just the relentless rain and the headlights of a few distant cars, their movement too far off to be anything concerning. Still, I couldn't shake the unease that was creeping into my chest. I set the coffee cup down on the counter, my hands growing clammy. "You'll be safer in here," Jerry said after a long pause, his voice gruff, as though the words were heavy on his tongue. "Better stay put for a while. It's not safe out there right now." I blinked, confused and still uneasy. "What do you mean? What's going on?" Instead of answering, Jerry moved back to the counter and began fiddling with something behind the register, as though distracted. I looked around, my mind racing. The only thing that had seemed off was the fact that the door had been locked, and the older man's cryptic words. Everything else in the station was quiet, too quiet. I didn't want to seem paranoid, but something felt wrong off in a way I couldn't quite explain. Trying to shake off the feeling, I decided to call my husband. I pulled out my phone and dialed his number. It rang a few times, but there was no answer. I tried again. Still nothing. My pulse quickened. My eyes flicked nervously to the door, then to the windows, but nothing had changed. The world outside was still pouring rain. I couldn't hear anything over the storm, not even the faint hum of traffic from the highway. "Still can't reach anyone?" Jerry asked, his voice cutting through my thoughts. I looked up, surprised by how closely he was watching me. His eyes narrowed slightly, like he was waiting for something. It made me feel uneasy, like he knew something I didn't. Yeah," I replied, fumbling with my phone. "No signal. What's going on outside? Why did you lock the door?" Jerry's face remained neutral, though his gaze never left mine. "It's best not to worry about that right now. Just stay here, and you'll be fine." His eyes seemed to harden as he spoke, a shift in his demeanor that made my heart rate spike. I took a step back, unsure of what to do. I glanced at the only exit, the locked door. The back of the store was dark, and I wondered if there was another way out, but something in Jerry's posture made me think otherwise. There was no way I could just leave. His insistence, the way he locked the door so quickly, the urgency in his voice had all told me that this wasn't just an ordinary situation. The air in the station had become thick with tension. It was as though the walls were closing in on me, and the storm outside only added to the claustrophobic feeling in my chest. I felt trapped, and no amount of rational thinking could calm the growing unease that had settled in my stomach. What had happened out there, in the storm? Why would Jerry lock the door and tell me to stay inside? I looked back at him, my eyes searching his face for any clue, any hint that he might explain himself. But Jerry just stood there, his hands resting on the counter, his expression unreadable. "It's better if you don't go out there," he repeated, his voice quieter this time, as though the words themselves were dangerous. "Don't go out where?" I asked, my voice shaky now. My thoughts were all over the place, trying to piece together what was happening. Something was wrong, very wrong. I glanced at the door again, the sense of isolation becoming more pronounced by the second. "What's going on outside, Jerry?" He didn't answer, just motioned for me to stay by the counter. "I'll be here if you need anything," he said with the finality in his tone. And that was all. He went back to his position behind the counter, his back turned toward me, and I was left standing there, the sound of the storm pounding on the windows like a warning. I couldn't take it anymore. I needed to know what was going on. My mind raced through possibilities, none of them good. Was there some kind of emergency or danger? Was there something out there I hadn't seen? I walked toward the door, my hand trembling as I reached for the handle. But just as I touched it, Jerry's voice stopped me. "Stay inside," he repeated, louder this time. "Trust me. It's not safe out there." I froze, my hand still on the door handle. His tone was firm, unyielding, and I couldn't shake the feeling that he knew something I didn't. I stepped back from the door, unsure of what to do next. Part of me wanted to run, to escape the tension and uncertainty, but the other part, the part that told me to listen, to trust him, held me there. Minutes passed, though it felt like hours. The storm outside raged on, and I began to feel the weight of time pressing in on me. What was Jerry hiding? What was he keeping from me? My mind wouldn't stop churning with questions, but I had no answers. The only certainty was that I was stuck here in this small, dimly lit gas station with no way to escape. Story 21. I was camping alone in the middle of the woods, eager to spend a quiet weekend away from the noise of the city. The solitude was refreshing, the air crisp and cool, and the only sounds were the occasional rustle of leaves and distant calls of wildlife. I pitched my tent near a small clearing, set up a fire pit, and arranged my belongings neatly, a lantern by the tent, my backpack by the firewood, and a cooler tucked safely in the shade. The day passed peacefully, with nothing but the whisper of the wind and the crackle of the fire to keep me company. By nightfall I felt at ease, confident that this trip would be uneventful and relaxing. That night I fell asleep quickly, the sounds of the forest lulling me into a deep rest. The fire outside my tent had burned down to embers, and the darkness was thick, pressing in around me like a blanket. I felt safe in my little tent, shielded from the vast emptiness outside. The woods were quiet, save for the occasional chirp of crickets or the rustle of a nocturnal animal moving through the underbrush. It was the kind of stillness that felt timeless, as if the world had stopped spinning for a while. When I woke up, the sun was just beginning to rise, casting soft golden light over the trees. At first, everything seemed normal, and I stretched, preparing to start my morning routine. But as I unzipped the tent and stepped outside, a strange sensation washed over me. Something was off. It took me a moment to realize what it was. My campsite had been rearranged. The lantern that I had left by the tent was now sitting near the fire pit, as though someone had moved it deliberately. My backpack, which had been tucked safely by the firewood, was now leaning against a tree several feet away. The cooler, which I had secured with a heavy rock on top, was wide open, the contents scattered across the ground. My utensils, neatly packed away the night before, were strewn about haphazardly, some of them stuck upright in the soil. It was as though someone or something had gone through my things in the night. A chill ran down my spine as I tried to make sense of it. I had been alone, or at least I thought I was. There was no sign of another person, no footprints other than my own in the dirt surrounding the tent. The woods around me were silent, the air heavy with an unnatural stillness that set my nerves on edge. I crouched down to examine the scattered items, searching for any clue that might explain what had happened. But there was nothing, no evidence of an animal raid, no trail of disturbed foliage leading away from the campsite. My first thought was that it must have been an animal, though the way my belongings were moved seemed oddly deliberate. A raccoon or bear might have gone through the cooler, but it would not have left the lantern or utensils in such strange places. And why would it bother to move my backpack all the way to a tree? The more I thought about it, the less sense it made. I felt a growing unease, the kind that settles in your stomach and refuses to leave. I decided to pack up and leave as soon as possible. The thought of staying another night in those woods was unbearable. As I gathered my things, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig seemed magnified, as though the forest itself was alive and aware of my presence. My hands trembled as I stuffed my belongings back into my backpack, glancing over my shoulder every few seconds. Just as I was about to take down the tent, I noticed something strange near the edge of the clearing. A small pile of rocks had been arranged in a perfect circle, something that definitely had not been there the day before. The rocks were smooth and uniform, as though they had been carefully chosen. In the center of the circle was a single feather, pristine and white, standing upright in the dirt. It was eerily symmetrical, too precise to be a natural occurrence. My breath caught in my throat as I stared at it, a cold wave of fear washing over me. I backed away from the circle, my heart pounding in my chest. I had no idea what it meant, but I didn't want to stick around to find out. Whatever or whoever had done this clearly wanted me to notice. The thought sent a shiver down my spine. I finished packing in record time, throwing my things haphazardly into my bag and collapsing the tent as quickly as I could. The forest, once peaceful and inviting, now felt oppressive and sinister. As I made my way back to the trailhead, I couldn't shake the feeling of being followed. The trees seemed to close in around me, their shadows stretching longer than they should have. Every now and then I thought I heard faint footsteps behind me, though when I turned around, there was no one there. My pace quickened, driven by the overwhelming need to get out of the woods and back to the safety of my car. When I finally reached the parking lot, the sight of my car was the most relieving thing I'd ever seen. I tossed my bag into the back seat and climbed in, locking the doors behind me. My hands were still shaking as I started the engine and drove away, the tension in my chest finally beginning to ease as the forest disappeared in my rearview mirror. But even as I left, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had been intruding on something, that the forest had eyes, and they had been watching me all along. To this day, I still don't know what happened that night. I've told the story to a few friends, but most of them laugh it off, saying it was probably just an animal or my imagination playing tricks on me. But I know what I saw. The rearranged campsite, the circle of rocks, the feather, all of it felt intentional, deliberate. I haven't been camping alone since, and I'm not sure I ever will again. Some places I've come to believe are better left undisturbed. Story 22. When I arrived at the hotel, everything seemed normal at first. The lobby was quiet, the decor modern and inviting, and the front desk clerk greeted me with a polite smile. After confirming my reservation, she handed me a room key and pointed me toward the elevator. I glanced at the keycard sleeve, which had my room number neatly written on it, room 303. With a nod of thanks, I took my luggage and headed toward the elevator, eager to settle in after a long day of travel. The hallway on the third floor was dimly lit and unusually quiet. As I approached room 303, I noticed the door was slightly ajar. I hesitated for a moment, wondering if housekeeping had forgotten to close it properly or if someone was still inside. Gently, I pushed the door open and peeked inside. The room appeared empty, though it looked as if it had not been cleaned thoroughly. A faint smell lingered in the air, and the bed was slightly rumpled. Feeling uneasy, I decided to return to the front desk to clarify the situation. When I explained the state of the room to the front desk clerk, her demeanor shifted abruptly. Her polite smile vanished, replaced by a tense expression. "There must be a mistake," she said, glancing at her computer screen. "We do not have a room 303 available right now." I stared at her, confused, and held up the keycard sleeve with the number clearly written on it. She quickly took it back from me and replaced it with a new keycard for a different room. Room 305, while avoiding eye contact. The sudden change in her behavior left me unsettled. I asked why the room had been assigned to me in the first place if it was unavailable. She merely shook her head and muttered something about a system error. Her vague explanation did little to ease my concerns, but I decided not to push the issue further. Instead, I took the new key and headed to room 305, trying to shake off the strange encounter. However, a lingering sense of unease followed me as I stepped into the elevator again. When I entered room 305, it was clean and well prepared, as I had initially expected from the hotel. Yet, I could not stop thinking about the odd interaction at the front desk. The clerk's reaction had been too abrupt, too defensive. It felt as if she was hiding something about room 303. I sat on the edge of the bed, debating whether I should let it go or investigate further. My curiosity got the better of me, and I decided to take another look at the hallway outside room 303. I stepped out of my room and walked back down the corridor. The door to room 303 was now firmly closed. I stood there for a moment, debating whether to knock, but ultimately decided against it. Instead, I checked for any unusual signs around the door. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary at first, but as I leaned closer, I thought I heard faint shuffling noises coming from inside. My heart raced as I backed away, suddenly feeling as if I were intruding on something I was not supposed to see. Returning to my room, I felt torn between reporting the strange occurrence or letting it go. What if there was a perfectly reasonable explanation for everything? Perhaps the room was out of service, and the noises I heard were just maintenance staff. Yet the clerk's reaction kept replaying in my mind. Her refusal to acknowledge the room's existence and her hurried attempt to cover the situation felt too deliberate. I decided to make a note of my experience, just in case it turned out to be something significant. Later that evening, I went down to the lobby for dinner at the hotel restaurant. The front desk clerk from earlier was no longer there, replaced by another staff member. I considered mentioning the situation to them, but decided to observe their behavior first. They seemed relaxed and professional, handling other guests' inquiries with ease. When it was my turn to approach the desk, I casually asked if there were any issues with room 303. The staff member hesitated for a brief moment before replying, "That room is not in service at the moment." Their response confirmed my suspicions that something unusual was going on. I could not let the matter rest. After dinner, I did some research on the hotel, looking for any history or reviews that might explain the mystery surrounding room 303. Most reviews were positive, praising the cleanliness and friendly staff, but a few mentioned unexplained incidents. One reviewer claimed they had been reassigned rooms after complaining about strange noises coming from the one they were originally given. Another hinted at an odd atmosphere on the third floor, but provided no further details. The more I read, the more unsettled I became. Was room 303 connected to these accounts? If so, why was the hotel so secretive about it? My imagination began to run wild, conjuring scenarios ranging from hidden maintenance issues to something far more sinister. I knew I would not be able to sleep without answers. Deciding to take a calculated risk, I planned to return to the third floor one last time before retiring for the night. Around midnight, when the hotel was quiet, I made my way back to the third floor. The hallway was eerily silent, and the faint hum of the air conditioning was the only sound. Standing outside room 303, I felt a surge of adrenaline as I gently knocked on the door. There was no response. I knocked again, louder this time, but the silence remained. Just as I turned to leave, I heard a faint click, like the sound of a lock disengaging, but the door did not open. I froze, unsure of what to do. My instincts screamed at me to leave, but my curiosity rooted me to the spot. After a moment, the sound of footsteps echoed from the far end of the hallway, and I turned to see a hotel staff member approaching. They looked startled to find me there and quickly asked if I needed assistance. I stammered an excuse about getting lost and returned to my room, my heart pounding in my chest. Back in my room, I locked the door and tried to make sense of what had just happened. The experience had gone from unsettling to outright creepy. I decided to file a formal report with the hotel management the next morning, detailing everything I had observed. Whether the situation was due to poor maintenance, a strange policy, or something worse, I felt it was important to document my concerns. The following day, I spoke with the hotel manager and explained what had happened. They listened attentively but gave me no concrete answers, only assuring me that they would look into the matter. Though their response was professional, it did little to satisfy my curiosity. I checked out later that day, still left with more questions than answers about room 303. As I drove away from the hotel, I could not shake the feeling that I had stumbled upon something I was not meant to see. Whether it was a simple oversight, a safety issue, or something far more mysterious, I would never know for sure. The experience left me with a lingering sense of unease and a heightened awareness of my surroundings whenever I checked into a new hotel. It was a strange and unsettling chapter, one that would stay with me for a long time. Story 23. The day had started like any other, with the crisp morning air and the promise of adventure pulling me out of bed. I had decided to tackle a new hiking trail, one that was known for its stunning views and secluded paths. As I drove to the trailhead, I couldn't help but feel excited. The kind of excitement that comes with stepping into the unknown. The trail was nestled deep in the woods, far from the bustling city, and the solitude was exactly what I needed. By the time I parked my car and laced up my boots, I was eager to get started. The path was serene, lined with towering trees whose leaves danced in the gentle breeze. The only sounds were the rustling of leaves and the occasional chirp of birds, a soothing soundtrack to my journey. I walked at a steady pace, enjoying the way the sunlight filtered through the canopy above. It felt like I had stepped into another world, far removed from the chaos of everyday life. For a while, I was completely alone, and the peacefulness of the trail lulled me into a sense of comfort. About an hour into the hike, I noticed someone coming toward me from the opposite direction. They were an older man, dressed in weathered hiking gear, with a kind face that immediately put me at ease. As we passed each other, he smiled warmly, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "You should turn back now," he said, his tone light but carrying a strange weight. Before I could respond or ask him what he meant, he continued walking, his pace unhurried, as if he hadn't just delivered a cryptic warning. I stopped in my tracks, turning to watch him disappear down the path. His words echoed in my mind, unsettling in their simplicity. There had been no urgency in his voice, no sign of distress, but something about the way he said it made me uneasy. Was it a joke? A friendly piece of advice? Or something else entirely? I glanced back toward the trail ahead, suddenly hyper-aware of the silence around me. The once comforting stillness now felt oppressive. I debated turning back, his words gnawing at the edges of my thoughts. But curiosity and stubbornness pushed me forward. I told myself he was probably just trying to spook me, or maybe he had seen something earlier that he thought might be worth avoiding. As I continued along the path, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every rustle of leaves or snap of a twig made me pause, my eyes scanning the dense woods for any sign of movement. The trail began to change as I went deeper into the forest. The sunlight that had filtered so beautifully through the trees earlier was now struggling to break through the thickening canopy. Shadows stretched across the path, and the air grew colder, sharper. The serenity I had felt earlier was replaced by a creeping sense of unease. I kept telling myself it was all in my head, but the feeling was impossible to ignore. It was as if the forest itself had shifted, its mood darker, its silence heavier. As I rounded a bend, I saw something that made my stomach drop. A small pile of rocks sat in the middle of the trail, carefully stacked into a makeshift cairn. It was not unusual to see cairns on hiking trails, but this one felt out of place, as though it had been put there recently and deliberately. Next to it was a piece of fabric caught on a branch, frayed and dirty. I crouched down to examine it, my heart pounding in my chest. It looked like it had been torn from a shirt, the edges jagged as if ripped in a struggle. The man's words rang louder in my mind now. "You should turn back." What had he seen? Why had he said that? My grip on rationality was slipping, but I forced myself to stand and keep moving. I told myself there had to be a reasonable explanation for everything. Maybe someone else had come through here, lost something, or left the cairn as a marker. But the deeper I went, the harder it became to believe my own reassurances. Another hour passed, and the trail grew more challenging, the path narrowing and the underbrush thickening. I noticed fewer signs of other hikers, no footprints, no discarded wrappers or water bottles. The forest felt abandoned, as if I were the only person to have walked this path in years. The silence was almost suffocating now, broken only by the sound of my boots crunching against the dirt. I started to regret not heeding the man's warning. Then I heard a faint noise, barely audible over the sound of my own breathing. It was a low, rhythmic sound, like something tapping against wood. I froze, straining to pinpoint its source, but it seemed to come from everywhere, and nowhere at once. My pulse quickened, and I took a hesitant step forward, my instincts screaming at me to turn around. The tapping grew louder, more deliberate, and I realized with a jolt that it was coming from somewhere ahead of me. I pressed on, driven by equal parts fear and curiosity, until I came to a clearing. In the center stood an old wooden cabin, its structure weathered and leaning slightly to one side. The tapping sound was clearer now, coming from inside. The cabin looked abandoned, its windows dark and its door slightly ajar, creaking in the wind. I approached cautiously, my every nerve on edge. The man's warning felt like a distant memory now, drowned out by the sheer strangeness of what lay before me. As I reached the cabin, I hesitated, my hand hovering over the door. The tapping had stopped, replaced by a silence so profound it made my ears ring. I pushed the door open slowly, the hinges groaning in protest. Inside, the air was stale and heavy, and the room was shrouded in shadow. The faint outlines of furniture were visible, but the details were lost in the darkness. I stepped inside, my heart hammering in my chest, and called out, my voice barely above a whisper. There was no response, just silence, thick and impenetrable. But as I took another step, I felt a presence, something watching me from the shadows. I spun around, my eyes darting across the room, but there was nothing there. The tapping sound returned suddenly, louder and more insistent, and this time it was accompanied by a faint, raspy whisper. My blood ran cold as the words reached me, indistinct but filled with malice. I bolted, running as fast as I could back down the trail, the forest a blur around me. I did not stop until I reached the trailhead, gasping for breath and drenched in sweat. The parking lot was empty, my car the only vehicle in sight. I looked back toward the trail, half expecting to see something or someone following me. But there was nothing, just the quiet rustling of leaves in the wind. I climbed into my car and drove away, the man's words echoing in my mind the entire way home. "You should turn back now." I wished I had listened. Story 24. The subway ride started like any other. I found a seat near the door, put on my headphones, and tried to focus on my music to pass the time. A few stops into the journey, I noticed a man sitting across from me staring intently in my direction. At first, I thought it was a coincidence or that he was zoning out like many passengers do. But the longer I sat there, the more I realized his gaze was fixed on me. Feeling uneasy, I tried to avoid making eye contact, hoping he would lose interest and look away. Despite my attempts to ignore him, his staring only seemed to grow more intense. I started to feel trapped under his gaze, as if he were studying every detail about me. My discomfort turned to alarm when I noticed his lips moving, muttering something under his breath. I could not hear what he was saying at first, but it was clear he was speaking about me. I took out one of my earbuds to better understand what he was saying, and that is when I heard it. He was muttering my full name over and over again, like some kind of mantra. My stomach dropped as a wave of panic washed over me. How did he know my name? I had never seen him before, and there was no reason for a stranger on the subway to know such personal information. Trying to stay calm, I glanced around to see if anyone else had noticed his behavior. Unfortunately, most of the other passengers seemed absorbed in their own worlds, either scrolling through their phones or reading books. I debated whether I should confront him, move to another part of the train, or ask someone nearby for help. The thought of engaging with him directly made me nervous, as I had no idea how he might react. As the train approached the next stop, I made a split-second decision to switch cars. I stood up abruptly and walked toward the door, hoping to put some distance between myself and the man. My heart raced as I stepped into the next car, glancing back to make sure he wasn't following me. Thankfully, he stayed in his seat, but the unsettling feeling lingered. I couldn't shake the fear that he might get off at the same stop as me, or that this encounter was not over. When I finally reached my destination, I exited the train quickly and stayed in a crowded area until I felt safe enough to leave. Even then, I kept looking over my shoulder, worried that he might have followed me. The experience left me feeling deeply shaken and vulnerable. It was terrifying to think that someone had access to my personal information and could use it to intimidate or unsettle me in such a public space. That evening, I shared what had happened with a friend, hoping to make sense of the bizarre and frightening encounter. They suggested I report the incident to the subway authorities or the police, just to have it documented in case something similar happened again. While I wasn't sure how much they could do without more information, I agreed that it was better to err on the side of caution. The idea of taking some kind of action made me feel slightly more in control. The next day, I contacted the transit authority and explained what had happened. They were understanding and encouraged me to report any future incidents immediately. They also advised me to stay vigilant and consider carrying a personal safety device, such as a whistle or alarm. While their advice was practical, it was disheartening to realize how common these types of encounters are, and how often people are forced to take extra precautions to feel safe in public spaces. Since the incident, I've become much more aware of my surroundings whenever I'm in public. I try to stay near other passengers or in well-lit areas, and I make an effort to limit the amount of personal information I share online. It's unsettling to think about how easily someone could access details about me, but I've learned to take proactive steps to protect my privacy. While it's frustrating to have to live with this kind of vigilance, it feels necessary in today's world. Reflecting on the experience, I'm reminded of the importance of trusting my instincts and prioritizing my safety. While it's easy to second-guess myself and wonder if I overreacted, the reality is that my discomfort was valid. Situations like these can escalate quickly, and it's better to take action than to stay silent out of fear or uncertainty. It's a lesson I won't forget, and one that will stay with me for a long time. Story 25. After a long day at work, I was eager to relax in the comfort of my own home. The commute had been tiring, and all I could think about was kicking off my shoes and unwinding. When I unlocked the door, everything seemed normal at first glance. The faint smell of the air freshener I had sprayed that morning lingered, and the living room appeared untouched. It wasn't until I walked further into the apartment that I noticed something was off. The first thing that caught my attention was the couch. It had been shifted slightly, just enough for me to notice. I remembered leaving it aligned perfectly with the rug, as I always did. Now one corner was askew, overlapping the edge of the rug by a few inches. My heart skipped a beat as I stood there trying to rationalize it. Maybe I had bumped it on my way out that morning, although I couldn't recall doing so. I set my bag down and walked further into the apartment, heading toward my bedroom. That was when the unease really set in. My bed was unmade, the blankets thrown haphazardly to one side. I never left it like that. Making my bed was part of my morning routine, a habit I rarely skipped. Seeing it in such disarray felt like an intrusion, as though someone else had been there. I stood frozen in the doorway, scanning the room for other signs of disturbance. The small details began to stand out more. The lamp on my nightstand had been shifted slightly, its base now sitting at an angle. A book one had left neatly stacked with others was now lying face down, as though someone had been leafing through it. My dresser drawers were all closed, but one of them had a corner of fabric sticking out, something I never allowed to happen. The air in the room felt different too, almost heavier, though I couldn't explain why. I quickly checked the rest of the apartment, my heart pounding with each step. The kitchen seemed untouched, as did the bathroom, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been there. I double-checked the locks on the windows and doors, finding them all secured. That only added to my confusion. If someone had been in my home, how had they gotten in? And why had they left things only slightly disturbed, as if trying to avoid detection? I sat down on the edge of the couch, my mind racing with possibilities. Could it have been a neighbor with a spare key? Or perhaps the landlord had let someone in for a maintenance check without informing me. Both seemed unlikely, as I hadn't received any notice. The idea that it might have been a stranger made my stomach churn. I felt a sudden wave of vulnerability, realizing how easily my space could have been invaded without my knowledge. Deciding I needed answers, I called the building manager. They assured me that no maintenance had been scheduled for the day and that they hadn't given anyone access to my apartment. Their response only deepened the mystery. I considered calling a friend or family member to ask if they had stopped by, but I knew it was unlikely. I hadn't shared my spare key with anyone recently, and there was no reason for them to enter without letting me know. That night, I found it hard to relax. I went over every detail of the day, trying to remember if I could have moved the furniture or left the bed unmade. The more I thought about it, the more certain I became that I hadn't. It wasn't like me to overlook those things. I kept glancing at the door, half expecting it to open or hearing a noise that would confirm my fears. Sleep felt impossible in a place that no longer felt entirely mine. Over the next few days, I found myself becoming hyper-aware of my surroundings. I paid extra attention to how I left everything before going to work, mentally noting the placement of objects. Each evening, I checked to see if anything had been moved again, but everything remained in place. Still, the unease lingered. I couldn't shake the thought that someone had been in my space, even if I couldn't prove it. I decided to install a small camera in the living room, just in case. It gave me a sense of control, even though I wasn't sure what I was hoping to capture. Part of me wanted to confirm that I was imagining things, while another part dreaded the idea of seeing something or someone on the footage. It felt like a necessary step to regain some sense of security. Over time, nothing else seemed out of the ordinary. The camera didn't capture anything unusual, and I started to wonder if I had overreacted. Maybe there had been a logical explanation for everything, something I had overlooked in my initial panic. But even as I tried to convince myself of this, I couldn't shake the memory of that day. The feeling of something being wrong had been too strong to ignore. One evening, as I was reviewing the footage from the camera, I noticed something strange. In the middle of the day, a faint shadow passed across the frame, moving from the door toward the couch. It was subtle and brief, almost easy to miss, but it was there. My stomach dropped as I replayed the clip, trying to make sense of it. The shadow didn't match the timing of any outside light or movement. It was as though someone or something had passed through the room without leaving a trace. The discovery left me with more questions than answers. I didn't know what to do or who to tell. The idea of calling the police felt ridiculous when I had no concrete evidence of a break-in. At the same time, the footage confirmed that my initial feelings hadn't been entirely unfounded. Someone or something had been in my home, even if only briefly. It was a chilling realization, one that left me questioning the safety of the space I once called my sanctuary. In the days that followed, I couldn't help but feel like I was being watched. Every creak of the floorboards and shift of the shadows put me on edge. I started double-checking the locks before leaving and considered changing them entirely. The idea that my home could be so easily disrupted left me feeling vulnerable in a way I had never experienced before. Even as time passed, the memory of that day stayed with me, a constant reminder of how fragile the sense of security can be. Story 26. The 24-hour diner had a certain charm, with its neon sign flickering just enough to remind you it had been there for decades. It was quiet that night, the kind of calm that made every sound feel louder. A lone couple sat in the corner booth, whispering in hushed tones, while the clatter of dishes echoed from the kitchen. I sat alone, sipping coffee that was more bitter than smooth, and trying to decide if I should stay or head home. The air carried the scent of grease and syrup, a familiar blend that somehow felt comforting. Across from me sat a man, mid-30s perhaps, dressed in a way that suggested he didn't want to be noticed. His hoodie was pulled up slightly, shadowing his face, and his posture was guarded. He was nursing a cup of coffee, glancing at his phone every so often. Something about him caught my attention, not because he seemed threatening, but because he was too still, as if waiting for something. It was then that I noticed the waitress, her movements sharper, more deliberate as she approached his table. She was young, probably not much older than her early 20s, with a uniform that looked a size too big for her slender frame. She placed a plate of food in front of the man, then lingered for a moment longer than necessary. Her hand subtly slipped something onto the table quick enough that most people wouldn't have noticed. It was a note, folded neatly, resting near his cup. I wouldn't have thought twice about it, except for the way her eyes flicked toward me as she walked away. There was something in her expression, a mix of urgency and hesitation, that sent a chill down my spine. The man looked at the note but didn't touch it immediately. Instead, he glanced around the diner, his eyes scanning the room as if he were checking for someone or something. When he finally picked up the note, he unfolded it with a deliberate slowness, his fingers trembling slightly. From where I sat, I could just make out the bold, hurried handwriting on the paper. It read, "He's the one." The phrase sent a jolt of unease through me. I looked around, trying to piece together what this meant. Was it a mistake? Was the note even meant for him? The waitress was back at the counter, avoiding eye contact with both of us. Her hands were shaking slightly as she poured another cup of coffee for the couple in the corner. The man, meanwhile, pocketed the note and went back to staring at his phone, though his demeanor had changed. He seemed tense now, his shoulders stiff, his movements sharper. I debated whether to leave or stay, unsure if I was imagining the tension in the air. It felt like the start of something, though I had no idea what. The waitress looked over at the man again, her expression unreadable, before disappearing into the kitchen. My mind raced with possibilities. Was this some kind of signal? A warning? And if so, who was the note about? A sense of dread settled over me as I realized the man's eyes were now focused on me. His gaze wasn't hostile, but it was calculating, as though he were trying to assess something about me. I broke eye contact quickly, pretending to be engrossed in the menu, even though I'd already ordered. My heart was pounding, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being drawn into something I didn't understand. The man stood up suddenly, leaving a few bills on the table before heading toward the door. As he passed, he glanced at me one last time, his expression unreadable. Then he was gone, the bell above the door jingling softly in his wake. I exhaled a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. The waitress emerged from the kitchen moments later, her eyes darting to the now empty table where the man had been sitting. When she saw he was gone, her shoulders relaxed slightly, but there was still a tension in her face. She walked over to clear his table, pausing briefly as she picked up the empty cup. Her gaze shifted to me for just a second, and then she moved away without a word. I couldn't help myself. I had to know what was going on. I motioned for the waitress as she passed by again, hoping to ask her if everything was all right. She stopped, her polite smile not quite reaching her eyes. "Can I get you anything else?" she asked, her voice steady but strained. I hesitated, unsure how to phrase my question without sounding intrusive. "That man," I began cautiously. "He seemed on edge. Is everything okay?" Her smile faltered for a moment, and she looked over her shoulder as if to make sure no one else was listening. "It's nothing," she said quickly, but her tone betrayed her. Before I could press further, she added, "Sometimes people come in here looking for something they shouldn't. It's best not to get involved." Her words hung in the air, heavy with implication, and she walked away before I could ask anything more. I sat there, replaying the events in my mind, trying to make sense of what had happened. The note, the man's behavior, the waitress's nervousness had all pointed to something larger, something I wasn't meant to understand. I paid my bill and left soon after, the unease following me out into the night. The streets were quiet, the glow of the diner's neon sign fading behind me as I walked to my car. I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd just brushed up against the edge of a story far more dangerous than I could imagine. Story 27. It was an ordinary evening when my phone slipped out of my hand and onto the floor. As I picked it up, I realized I had accidentally pressed the emergency dial button. The screen showed that 911 had been called, and before I could hang up, I heard someone answer on the other end. At first I panicked, expecting to hear the dispatcher ask how they could assist. Instead, I froze as a voice on the other end said, "Hello. This is 911. What is your emergency?" The voice sounded exactly like mine. For a moment, I thought my mind was playing tricks on me. The voice was eerily familiar, matching my tone and inflection perfectly. I stayed silent, too stunned to respond, as the voice repeated the question, "Hello? Is anyone there?" It was as if I were listening to a recording of myself. My heart raced, and my palms began to sweat. I quickly hung up, feeling a mix of confusion and fear, unsure of what had just happened. I sat there staring at my phone, trying to make sense of the situation. Had it been a glitch? Maybe the call had not gone through, and the sound was some kind of feedback loop. But the more I thought about it, the less sense it made. Feedback would not mimic my voice so perfectly, and there was no logical explanation for what I had just experienced. My first instinct was to dismiss it as a strange coincidence, but something about it lingered in my mind. Minutes later, my phone began to ring. The caller ID showed an unknown number, and I hesitated before answering. When I finally picked up, I heard the same voice from earlier. "This is 911, it said, sounding calm yet insistent. "You called us. Is there an emergency?" The familiarity of the voice sent chills down my spine. I knew I had to respond, but the words caught in my throat. It felt like I was speaking to a distorted version of myself, one that I didn't understand. I finally managed to stammer out a response. I called by mistake. I'm sorry. There's no emergency." The voice on the other end paused for a moment before replying, "Are you sure? You sound nervous. Is someone there with you?" The way it spoke felt off, as if it was testing me, trying to gauge my reaction. My hands trembled as I insisted, "No, I'm fine. It was an accident. I promise." The line went quiet for a few seconds before the voice said, "All right, stay safe," and hung up abruptly. Even after the call ended, the unease remained. I replayed the events in my head, trying to find a logical explanation. Maybe it was some kind of advanced artificial intelligence being used by emergency services, I thought. But that didn't explain how it had perfectly mimicked my voice. I searched online for similar incidents, hoping to find answers, but nothing matched what I had experienced. The more I thought about it, the more unsettled I became. Over the next few days, strange things began to happen. I noticed missed calls on my phone from numbers I didn't recognize. Whenever I answered, there was nothing but silence on the other end. My friends started telling me they had received calls or messages from me that I hadn't sent. One friend even showed me a voicemail where the voice sounded like mine, asking them for help in a tone that was eerily desperate. I was certain I hadn't made those calls. The situation spiraled further when I received a text from an unknown number. It read, "Why did you hang up? We could have helped." My heart sank as I read the message. It felt like whoever or whatever was on the other end of that initial call had not let go. I tried to ignore it, hoping it was all some elaborate prank or misunderstanding, but deep down, I knew something unusual was happening. One evening, I decided to test something. I dialed 911 again, not intending to create an emergency, but to see if the same voice would answer. When the call connected, a normal dispatcher picked up, asking how they could assist. Relieved but still wary, I quickly apologized and explained it was a misdial. After hanging up, I felt a brief sense of normalcy, thinking that perhaps the strange events were over. But that night, my phone rang again, and the voice that answered wasn't mine, it was my exact voice. "Why are you trying to ignore me?" it asked, sounding almost hurt. "You called me first. Don't you remember?" My hands shook as I tried to respond, but the words came out jumbled. The voice continued, calm yet unnervingly familiar. "You reached out for help, and now you want to pretend it didn't happen." I couldn't take it anymore and ended the call, but the feeling of dread lingered long after. I began to notice changes in my surroundings as well. Lights in my apartment flickered randomly, and my electronic devices behaved erratically. My phone would light up in the middle of the night, showing missed calls that I hadn't received. Sometimes I would hear faint echoes of my own voice coming from the phone speaker, even when it was off. It felt like the voice wasn't just in the calls, it was creeping into every part of my life. Desperate for answers, I reached out to a tech-savvy friend who knew about unusual phone and internet phenomena. I explained everything that had happened, hoping they could provide some logical explanation. They examined my phone, checking for malware or unauthorized access, but found nothing out of the ordinary. "It's like nothing ever happened," they said, baffled. But I knew something had happened, even if there was no tangible evidence. The final straw came when I woke up one night to the sound of my own voice speaking from the phone on my bedside table. It was having a conversation, as if someone else was on the line, but I couldn't hear the other side. "They don't understand," the voice said softly, sounding eerily calm. "But I'll make them understand." I grabbed the phone and turned it off completely, but the voice kept going, faint and distant, until it finally stopped. I decided to get a new phone, hoping it would put an end to the strange occurrences. For a while it seemed to work. The calls stopped, the messages disappeared, and my life began to feel normal again. But every now and then, I still hear faint echoes of that voice in my mind, asking the same question: "Why did you hang up?" And even now, I wonder if I'll ever truly escape it. Story 28. The evening had been uneventful up until that moment. I was sitting in my living room, scrolling through my phone, the faint hum of the TV in the background. The apartment was quiet, save for the occasional sound of cars passing by outside. Everything felt ordinary, mundane even, until the power suddenly went out. The room was plunged into total darkness, and the silence that followed was so absolute that it felt oppressive. I sat there for a moment, disoriented and unsure of what to do. The blackout had caught me completely off guard, and I fumbled around in the dark, trying to find my phone's flashlight. My hands trembled slightly as I swiped at the screen, the beam of light finally cutting through the shadows. I pointed it around the room, illuminating familiar objects: the coffee table, the bookshelf, the doorway to the kitchen, but nothing seemed out of place. I let out a breath, trying to shake off the eerie sense of unease that had settled over me. The power came back on abruptly, the sudden brightness almost blinding me. The TV flickered back to life, and the overhead light buzzed softly as it warmed up. For a moment, I felt a strange sense of relief. Everything was normal again, or so I thought. But when I glanced toward the couch, my heart stopped. Sitting there, casually reclined as if they belonged, was a stranger. The figure was completely still, their head tilted slightly as they looked at me. My mind raced, trying to comprehend what I was seeing. They had not been there before the blackout, I was certain of that. I took an instinctive step back, my breath catching in my throat. The person on my couch looked ordinary enough, a middle-aged man in a dark jacket, his hands resting calmly in his lap, but his presence was anything but. "Who are you?" I demanded, my voice shaky but loud. The stranger didn't respond right away. He simply sat there, staring at me with an expression I couldn't read. It wasn't quite threatening, but it wasn't friendly either. It was as if he were studying me, his gaze unblinking. The seconds stretched on, the silence between us growing heavier with each passing moment. Finally he spoke, his voice low and calm. "You left the door unlocked." The simplicity of his statement sent a chill down my spine. I racked my brain, trying to remember if I had locked the door after coming home. But the chaos of the moment made it impossible to recall. My thoughts were scattered, overwhelmed by the sheer impossibility of this situation. How had he gotten in so quietly? And why was he just sitting there, as if he belonged? "I think you should leave," I said, my voice firmer this time, though my hands were shaking. I reached for my phone, ready to call for help if I needed to. The stranger's eyes flicked to my hand, and a faint smile crossed his face. "I'm not here to hurt you," he said, his tone unsettlingly casual. "I just needed a place to sit." The absurdity of his answer made my fear shift into anger. "This isn't your house," I snapped. "You can't just walk in and sit down like you own the place." My voice echoed in the quiet room, but he didn't flinch. If anything, his calm demeanor only made the situation more unnerving. It was as though he wasn't fazed by my reaction, as though he had expected it. He leaned forward slightly, his hands resting on his knees now. "You shouldn't leave your door unlocked," he said again, his voice carrying a strange weight. "You never know who might come in." His words felt like a warning, though I couldn't tell if it was meant for me, or if it was something more sinister. I tightened my grip on my phone, my thumb hovering over the screen to dial 911. "What do you want?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. The stranger didn't answer immediately. Instead, he leaned back into the couch, his eyes drifting to the ceiling as if he were lost in thought. The silence stretched on, broken only by the faint hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen. I felt trapped, unsure of how to act or what to say next. Finally, he stood up, his movements slow and deliberate. For a moment I thought he might leave, but instead, he turned to face me. "You should be more careful," he said, his tone carrying an odd mix of concern and finality. Without another word, he walked past me and headed toward the door. I stood frozen, watching as he unlocked the door himself, something I hadn't noticed earlier, and stepped out into the hallway. The door clicked shut behind him, leaving me alone in the silence once again. I rushed to the door, locking it immediately and peering through the peephole, but the hallway was empty. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. My heart was racing, and my hands shook as I dialed the police, recounting the strange encounter in a voice that barely sounded like my own. The officers arrived quickly, searching the area and checking my apartment, but they found no sign of forced entry or of the man who had been sitting on my couch. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying the encounter in my mind, trying to make sense of it. Who was he? And how had he gotten in? More importantly, why had he chosen my apartment, and what did he really want? His words echoed in my mind, a chilling reminder of how vulnerable I had been. Even now, I double-check every lock and look over my shoulder every time I come home, haunted by the memory of this stranger who appeared and disappeared without a trace. Story 29. At the mall, I was browsing casually, enjoying my afternoon and taking in the festive decorations and bustling energy of the shoppers around me. I stepped into a bookstore, losing myself among the shelves of novels and colorful displays. As I perused the aisles, I noticed a figure out of the corner of my eye. A man, dressed in dark jeans and a casual jacket, seemed to linger in the same section as me. At first I thought nothing of it, assuming he was simply browsing the same shelves. But as I left the store and moved on to the next, I noticed him again. At the clothing boutique, I wandered through racks of sweaters and jackets, flipping through the styles absent-mindedly. There he was, the same man from the bookstore, this time standing by the mannequins near the entrance. He wasn't shopping or examining anything closely, just standing there, occasionally glancing in my direction. A small sense of unease began to creep in, but I brushed it off. It was, after all, a mall, and it wasn't unusual to see familiar faces moving from one store to another. Still, I couldn't help but feel a little unsettled. I left the boutique and walked toward the food court, thinking a quick snack might help me shake off the strange feeling. After ordering a coffee and sitting down at a corner table, I scanned the crowd, half expecting not to see him. But there he was again, seated a few tables away, pretending to scroll through his phone. My heart started to race as the realization hit me this wasn't a coincidence. He was following me. The casual glances, the way he seemed to enter each store after me, and now his presence in the food court, all pointed to something deliberate. Trying not to panic, I finished my coffee quickly and decided to test my suspicion. I walked into a nearby electronics store, pretending to be interested in headphones, all the while keeping an eye on the entrance. Within minutes, the man appeared again, strolling in as if he had suddenly developed an interest in gadgets. My unease deepened, and I decided it was time to leave the mall entirely. The fun of shopping had vanished, replaced by a growing sense of vulnerability. I tried to remain calm, walking briskly toward the exit, but the feeling of being watched made every step heavier. Outside, I made my way to my car, glancing behind me occasionally to see if he was still following. The crowded parking lot offered little comfort, as it felt too easy for someone to blend in unnoticed. Thankfully, I didn't see him as I unlocked my car and climbed in, but I couldn't shake the unease that had settled in my chest. I locked the doors and sat for a moment, taking deep breaths and trying to calm myself. The mall, once a place of enjoyment and relaxation, had turned into a setting for an unsettling encounter that I couldn't explain. As I drove away, I kept checking my rearview mirror to make sure I wasn't being followed. The man's behavior didn't seem threatening, but it was odd enough to leave me on edge. What could he possibly want? Was it just a coincidence after all? Or was there some reason he had been tracking my movements throughout the mall? I tried to come up with rational explanations, but none of them seemed to fit. The situation had left me shaken and wary, and I couldn't help but feel like I needed to be more vigilant going forward. When I got home, I recounted the experience to a close friend, who suggested I report the incident to mall security. It hadn't occurred to me at the time, but looking back, I realized it might have been the best course of action. Even if the man hadn't done anything outright threatening, his behavior was strange enough to warrant attention. My friend reminded me that it's always better to be safe than sorry, especially in situations where you feel uneasy. Their advice gave me some comfort, but I still couldn't shake the feeling of having been watched. In the days that followed, I found myself thinking about the encounter more often than I expected. Every time I went out in public, I felt a lingering sense of paranoia, as though the man might reappear at any moment. I started paying closer attention to my surroundings, scanning crowds and noting anyone who seemed to linger too long. It was exhausting, but the incident at the mall had left its mark. I couldn't help but wonder if I had done something to attract the man's attention, or if it was simply a random and unsettling coincidence. The experience also made me question how we navigate public spaces and the assumptions we make about our safety. In a crowded mall, surrounded by people and security cameras, I had always felt secure. Yet this one encounter had completely changed my perspective. It reminded me that even in the most familiar places, we can encounter moments that leave us feeling exposed and vulnerable. I resolved to be more cautious in the future, to trust my instincts, and to take action if I ever felt uneasy again. Looking back, I still can't say for certain what the man's intentions were. Perhaps he was harmless, just a stranger whose movements happened to align with mine. Or maybe he had some motive that I'll never understand. Either way, the experience served as a reminder to trust my intuition and prioritize my safety. The world can be unpredictable, and sometimes the smallest encounters leave the biggest impressions. Story 30. It was late in the afternoon when my car sputtered to a stop on a lonely stretch of rural road. The engine gave out without warning, leaving me stranded miles away from the nearest town. The The landscape around me was desolate, just endless fields and patches of forest stretching in every direction. My cell phone had no signal, and the sun was sinking lower, casting long shadows that seemed to creep closer with each passing minute. I had no choice but to wait and hope someone would come by. After what felt like hours, I heard the distant hum of a vehicle approaching. Relief washed over me as a rusty old pickup truck came into view, its headlights cutting through the dimming light. The truck slowed as it neared, pulling to a stop just ahead of my car. A man stepped out, tall and wiry, with a weathered face and a slight smile that did little to put me at ease. He wore a faded plaid shirt and boots that had clearly seen better days. "Car trouble?" he asked, his voice gruff but not unfriendly. I nodded, explaining that the engine had died and I had no way to call for help. He tilted his head, studying my car for a moment before turning back to me. "Well, you're in luck," he said. "I know a bit about cars. Let me take a look." I hesitated, unsure of what to say. There was something about the way he spoke, the way his eyes lingered on me, that made me feel exposed. But I was desperate, and there was no one else around. I stepped aside as he opened the hood and began inspecting the engine, muttering to himself as he worked. "You live over in Brenton, don't you?" he asked suddenly, catching me off guard. My stomach tightened. Brenton was the name of the town I had moved to a few months ago, a small place where everyone kept to themselves. I hadn't told him that, and there was no reason he should know. "Saw you at the coffee shop on Main a couple weeks back," he added, as though reading my thoughts. I felt a chill creep up my spine. I hadn't noticed anyone watching me at the coffee shop, but then again I hadn't been looking. "Yeah," I said cautiously, trying to keep my voice steady. "That's where I'm from." I didn't ask how he knew, it seemed better not to. Instead, I watched him work, my unease growing with each passing second. "You're not far from home," he continued, glancing up at me with a knowing smile. "Just a little ways down this road, isn't it? Nice little place, white picket fence, green shutters." My breath caught. He had just described my house perfectly, down to the color of the shutters. I hadn't seen him before, had no reason to think he had ever been near my home. But somehow, he knew. "How do you know that?" I asked, unable to hide the edge in my voice. He chuckled softly, shaking his head as though I had asked something obvious. "Small town," he said simply. "People notice things. You know how it is." But his explanation didn't sit right with me. Brenton wasn't the kind of place where people went out of their way to get to know you, especially if you were new. I stepped back, suddenly aware of how isolated we were. The road stretched empty in both directions, and the fields around us were eerily quiet. Even the usual sounds of birds or insects seemed to have disappeared. The man straightened up, wiping his hands on a rag he had pulled from his pocket. "Well," he said, "looks like your alternator's shot. Not much I can do for you here." I nodded, my heart sinking. "Is there a tow truck nearby?" I asked, trying to sound calm. He gave me a thoughtful look, then shook his head. "Nearest tow's about 30 miles from here," he said. "But I can give you a ride, save you some trouble." I hesitated, glancing back at my car. The idea of getting into a stranger's truck didn't sit well with me, especially not after the things he had said. But what choice did I have? Night was falling, and the chances of another car coming by were slim. "All right," I said finally, forcing a smile. "Thanks." The inside of his truck was as worn as the outside, with cracked leather seats and a faint smell of oil. As we pulled onto the road, he started talking again, asking casual questions about my work, my family, things that seemed harmless on the surface. But each time I answered, He responded with something that made me uneasy, details about my life that I hadn't shared. "You used to work in publishing, didn't you?" he said at one point, glancing at me out of the corner of his eye. My stomach dropped. That was true, but I hadn't mentioned it to anyone since moving to Brenton. "Always figured you for the creative type," he added with a grin. I didn't respond, my mind racing. How did he know so much about me? The truck rolled on, the headlights cutting through the darkness. I tried to focus on the road ahead, but my thoughts kept drifting back to his words, the way he seemed to know things he shouldn't. I glanced at him, trying to gauge whether he was dangerous or just strange. His hands were steady on the wheel, his expression calm, but there was an intensity in his eyes that made me uneasy. As we neared the outskirts of Brenton, he slowed the truck, pulling onto a dirt road that led into the woods. My pulse quickened. "This isn't the way to town," I said, my voice sharper than I intended. He smiled again, that same unsettling smile. "Shortcut," he said. "Trust me." I didn't. My hand hovered near the door handle, my mind racing through options. The trees closed in around us, their shadows stretching across the road like dark fingers. The truck slowed to a stop, and he turned to look at me, his expression unreadable. "You should be careful," he said softly. "You never know who's watching." Before I could respond, he opened his door and got out, motioning for me to do the same. My heart pounded as I stepped out into the cool night air, every instinct telling me to run. But he didn't make a move toward me. Instead, he pointed to a narrow path leading through the woods. "That'll take you home," he said simply. "Safe travels." Without waiting for a response, he climbed back into the truck and drove off, leaving me standing there in the dark. I watched the taillights disappear, my heart still racing. I didn't know who he was or how he knew so much about me, but one thing was clear: I needed to get home. Fast. Story 31. I had always loved exploring new cities, drawn to the excitement of unfamiliar streets and hidden corners. On my latest trip, I was in a small, vibrant town, far away from the hustle and bustle of my usual surroundings. The streets were lined with quaint cafes, boutique shops, and old brick buildings that seemed to have their own stories to tell. I spent my days wandering aimlessly, taking in the sights, enjoying the food, and snapping pictures of everything that caught my eye. It was exactly the kind of escape I needed, and I felt at peace, surrounded by the charm of this unknown place. One afternoon, I was walking down a quiet side street, my camera slung around my neck, when something on a nearby telephone pole caught my attention. It was a FLIR, bright white against the brick wall, with bold, red letters printed across the top: "Missing person." My curiosity piqued. I stepped closer to get a better look. As I scanned the FLIR, my heart stopped. There, in the center of the paper, was a photo of me. It wasn't a picture I had taken recently, but it was unmistakably me, my face staring back at me with a serious, almost pleading expression. The photo was grainy, the kind of picture you might expect from a missing person report, but there was no mistaking it. I could feel a chill crawl up my spine as my eyes darted over the text below. It read, "Have you seen this person? Last seen in the downtown area. Please contact the local authorities if you have any information." I felt lightheaded, my mind racing as I tried to process what I was seeing. Was this some kind of prank? How could this be happening? I had never been here before, and certainly no one in this city should recognize me. My heart thudded painfully in my chest as I tried to gather my thoughts. Could this be some mistake? A case of mistaken identity? Or was there something more sinister at play? I quickly glanced around, half expecting someone to be watching me, but the street was empty. The only sound was the distant hum of traffic. I ripped the flyer off the pole, my fingers trembling as I stared at the photo of myself, trying to make sense of it. My first instinct was to call the police or someone who might be able to explain what was going on. But then, a wave of doubt washed over me. What if the authorities knew something I didn't? What if I wasn't the person I thought I was? I decided to find the nearest police station, hoping they could clear up the confusion. I kept the flyer clutched tightly in my hand as I walked quickly through the streets, the weight of it growing heavier with every step. The more I thought about it, the stranger it all seemed. How had this flyer ended up in this city, in this neighborhood, with a photo of me on it? I didn't know anyone here, and I certainly hadn't been reported missing. After what felt like an eternity, I arrived at the local police station. The building was small but neat, with a large open reception area. I walked up to the front desk, trying to steady my nerves, and placed the flyer down in front of the officer on duty. He looked at it, then up at me, his expression unreadable. "Do you recognize this person?" I asked, my voice tight. The officer glanced at the flyer again, his brow furrowing. "This is you, right?" he said, pointing at the photo. "Yes," I replied, swallowing hard. "But I've never been here before. I don't understand. Why is my picture on this?" The officer looked at me for a long moment, his face impassive. He then took the flyer and turned to his computer. I stood there, my heart racing as I waited for an explanation. The minutes dragged on, feeling like hours, until the officer finally looked up from the screen. "This is strange," he said, almost to himself. "We don't have any record of you being missing, but there's something off about this." I felt my stomach drop. "What do you mean?" The officer stood up and walked around the desk, leading me into a back room. He opened a file cabinet and pulled out a few documents, flipping through them quickly before pulling one out. It was another missing persons report, this time for a woman who looked exactly like me. The only difference was that the woman in the report had been missing for months, and the report had been filed in a city far from here. I stared at the document, my mind spinning. How could this be? The woman in the report had the same name, the same age, the same appearance, but it couldn't be me. I was standing here, right in front of him, alive and well. I glanced down at the flyer in my hand, then back at the officer, my mind struggling to make sense of it all. This woman was reported missing in another city several months ago, the officer explained. But the strange part is that no one has ever been able to find her. There's been no trace, no clues. The investigation just stopped. I stared at him in disbelief. But I'm not her. I'm not missing. I've never even been to that city. The officer nodded slowly, his expression serious. "We know, but for some reason, your face is being used in connection with her disappearance. This flyer you found, it's been showing up all over the city, and we don't know why." I felt a cold sweat break out on the back of my neck as I listened to the officer. The more he spoke, the more it felt like I was part of something far beyond my understanding. How was it possible that my face had been linked to someone else's missing person case? And why was it happening now? "I need to know what's going on," I said, my voice shaking. "Please, what is this about? Why is my picture on these flyers?" The officer shook his head, his face grim. "We're still trying to figure that out. For now, all we can do is suggest that you stay in touch with us. We'll keep an eye out for anything unusual, and we'll let you know if we find anything." I left the police station in a daze, my mind reeling with the questions that had no answers. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong, that I had somehow become entangled in a mystery I didn't understand. That night, I lay awake in my hotel room, staring at the ceiling, the flyer with my face on it, sitting on the nightstand beside me. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't stop thinking about it, wondering if I was in danger or if I was somehow part of something bigger. The next morning, I woke up to find a new flyer slipped under my hotel room door. It was the same one from the street with my face on it, but this time the words were different. Come back home. We know you're here. My heart sank as I read the words over and over. Whoever had been behind this wasn't finished yet, and I was about to find out exactly why my face was being used in connection with someone else's disappearance. Story 32. It was just another ordinary late night at the office. I had stayed behind to finish up some work, knowing I would be the last person to leave. The office building was nearly empty, and the hum of the air conditioning was the only sound that filled the otherwise quiet space. I had grown accustomed to these late nights, often relishing the peace and solitude that came with being the only one around. The project I was working on was near completion, and I was determined to get it done before I headed home. As the clock ticked closer to midnight, I packed up my things and grabbed my bag, ready to leave. I made my way toward the stairwell to exit the building. The elevators were shut down after hours, and I preferred to take the stairs anyway, as they were quicker and usually less crowded. I walked down the narrow, dimly lit hallway that led to the stairwell. As I reached for the door, something unusual caught my attention. The stairwell door, which was usually locked after hours, was slightly ajar. I hesitated for a moment, wondering if I had accidentally left it open earlier. It wasn't entirely unusual for staff to forget to lock up certain areas, especially when everyone was rushing to leave. I pushed the door open cautiously and stepped into the stairwell. The dim light flickered above, casting long shadows along the concrete walls. I took a few steps down but quickly stopped in my tracks when I noticed something off. The door to the bottom floor was wide open. I knew for sure that no one else should have been there, as the building had been nearly empty when I arrived, and I hadn't seen anyone in the hall since. Feeling a strange sense of unease, I decided to turn back. But as I reached for the door to exit the stairwell, the door handle jammed. I twisted it again, but the latch wouldn't budge. My heart skipped a beat as I realized I was locked in. The feeling of being trapped, even in a familiar place, sent a shiver down my spine. I tried the door several more times, but it refused to open. Panic began to creep in as I realized that no one else was in the building. I was alone, and no one would hear me if I shouted for help. With no other option, I pulled out my phone and dialed the security desk. The phone rang several times before someone finally picked up. "Security, how can I assist you?" A calm voice answered. I explained my situation, telling them that I had been locked in the stairwell and needed assistance. The voice on the other end sounded surprised but assured me that they would send someone right away. I breathed a sigh of relief, knowing help was on the way, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I leaned against the stairwell wall, staring at the door, waiting for the security guard to arrive. As the minutes passed, I became more aware of the silence surrounding me. The building was eerily still, and the only sounds were my own footsteps echoing on the concrete. I checked my phone to pass the time, but it was nearly dead. I cursed under my breath and put it away, trying not to think too much about being trapped in this isolated space. That's when I noticed the small security camera above the stairwell door. The camera was pointed directly at the door, and a sudden thought struck me. The security cameras throughout the building were always monitored, even late at night. I realized that I could call the security desk again and ask them to check the footage. It was a long shot, but it might give me some clarity about why the door was left ajar in the first place. I called the security desk once more and explained my idea. The person on the other end seemed a bit confused, but agreed to check the footage. A few moments later, they returned with an unsettling update. We've reviewed the camera footage for the stairwell. There's someone else on the security tapes. They're in the stairwell right now, but no one is supposed to be there. The voice on the other end was hesitant, and I could hear the uncertainty in their tone. A cold shiver ran down my spine. The security guard continued, "We can't see their face clearly. They're wearing a hoodie and dark clothing, but they are definitely moving up the stairs, and they seem to be heading in your direction." My stomach churned as I realized the gravity of the situation. Someone was in the building with me, and they were headed straight for the stairwell I was trapped in. I took a deep breath and tried to remain calm. "What should I do?" I asked, my voice shaky. The security guard advised me to stay where I was and not to engage with the person. They assured me they were dispatching someone immediately to investigate, and that help was on the way. I felt a slight sense of relief, but the fear gnawing at me wouldn't subside. Whoever was in the stairwell clearly had no business being there, and their intentions were unknown. I tried to keep my composure, but my mind raced with questions. Who could it be? How did they get into the building after hours? Why were they in the stairwell? I replayed the events in my mind, but nothing made sense. There was no reason for anyone to be there. The building was locked up tight, and all employees were accounted for earlier in the day. The situation felt surreal, as if I had stepped into some sort of twisted nightmare. As I anxiously waited for the security guard, I heard footsteps echoing from the floor above. They were slow, deliberate. It was difficult to tell if the footsteps were coming closer to my location, or if they were simply reverberating in the empty stairwell. My heart pounded in my chest as I pressed myself against the wall, trying to remain as quiet as possible. The last thing I wanted was to alert the person to my presence. Seconds felt like hours, but finally I heard the sound of the stairwell door opening. The security guard stepped inside, shining a flashlight down the hallway. He quickly spotted me and rushed over to unlock the door, his face a mixture of concern and confusion. "You're okay now," he said, his voice calm but firm. He asked me to follow him out of the stairwell and led me to the lobby, where I could finally catch my breath. Once we were safely out of the stairwell, I asked the security guard about the person I had seen on the footage. He looked at me with a concerned expression and explained that they were in the process of reviewing the footage further to identify the intruder. They hadn't seen anyone else on the security cameras entering the building, which only made the situation more troubling. It seemed like this person had either bypassed security somehow or had been hiding somewhere in the building for hours. The security guard informed me that they would be conducting a thorough search of the building and would contact the police if necessary. As he spoke, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't quite right. The fact that someone had been in the building with me and I hadn't noticed left me feeling exposed and vulnerable. It was clear that whatever had just happened, it was more than just a simple mistake. The presence of this unknown person in the stairwell could mean something far more sinister. The next few days were a blur of police reports, interviews, and follow-ups with the building management. The security footage was sent to the authorities, and it was determined that the person in the stairwell had somehow gained access to the building after hours, though how they did so was still unclear. The investigation revealed nothing concrete about their identity, and they were never caught. As unsettling as it was, there was no immediate threat, and the building was reinforced with additional security measures. However, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had narrowly avoided something dangerous that night. The unknown person's presence in the stairwell had shaken me to my core, and the whole experience left me more cautious about my surroundings. I would never forget the image of someone walking through the stairwell, someone who wasn't supposed to be there. Story 33. I stood frozen in the doorway of my bathroom, staring at the sticky note that had appeared on my mirror. It was simple, written in neat handwriting, and yet it felt like a punch to the gut. Don't trust the locksmith. The words seemed to burn into my mind, filling my head with 1,000 questions. I glanced around the bathroom, half expecting to see someone lurking in the shadows, but the room was empty, as it had been moments ago when I entered to take a shower. My reflection stared back at me, pale and confused. I didn't know when the note had appeared. I had been in the bathroom just that morning, and there had been no sign of it then. The mirror, usually pristine and clean, was now disrupted by the small, yellow square of paper stuck to the glass. The handwriting was familiar, but not in a way that gave me comfort. It was neat, precise, but it was the content of the message that unsettled me. Who had written it? And more importantly, why? I moved toward the mirror, my heart beating faster with each step. I reached up to pull the note off, my fingers trembling slightly. The paper stuck a little, and I had to tug harder than expected to remove it. The moment I held it in my hand, I glanced at the back, hoping for some clue, perhaps a signature, a hint that would explain everything, but there was nothing. Just the same message written in a steady hand, and no other markings. I crumpled the note into a ball, tossing it into the trash can. But the words lingered in my mind, gnawing at my thoughts. Locksmith. Why would someone specifically tell me not to trust him? It seemed random at first, but as the minutes passed, I realized how far from random it felt. The locksmith had been in my apartment just the day before. I had called him to change the locks on my door, a decision I had made out of caution after losing my house keys at work. It had seemed like a routine request, nothing out of the ordinary. So why had someone left me this message? Was it connected to him, or was I being paranoid? I ran through the events of the previous day in my mind, trying to recall every detail. The locksmith had been professional, polite even, as he worked quickly to replace the locks on my front door. I had paid him, thanked him, and he left without any signs of suspicion. Nothing had stood out to me as strange at the time, but looking back, I realized I had been in such a hurry that I hadn't thought much of his mannerisms. He hadn't seemed particularly friendly, but he hadn't been rude either, just businesslike. But that didn't explain the note. I left the bathroom, pacing around my living room as I tried to process the situation. Had someone been watching me? Had the locksmith seen something he shouldn't have? Or was this a warning from someone else entirely? The more I thought about it, the more I felt like I was spiraling into a web of paranoia. But the message was clear: don't trust the locksmith. And the fact that it had been left for me in such a specific way, on my bathroom mirror of all places, made it feel personal, as if someone knew something I didn't. I sat down on the couch, trying to calm my racing thoughts. I had to get a grip. Maybe I was overthinking it. Maybe the note was just a harmless prank, a strange coincidence. But even as I tried to convince myself of this, a gnawing feeling in the pit of my stomach told me otherwise. I kept replaying the locksmith's visit in my head, looking for anything that might have seemed off. And then it hit me the way he had looked at me when he finished the job. It was brief, but there had been something in his eyes, a glint of recognition, or maybe calculation. It was hard to pinpoint, but it had left me with an uneasy feeling that I couldn't shake. I stood up abruptly, walking toward the door. I needed to check the locks again. Maybe there was something I had missed. The more I thought about it, the more certain I became that something was wrong. When I turned the handle, the door opened easily, too easily. The lock had been installed properly, but the door didn't feel secure. I pushed it closed, checking the bolt again, and this time it clicked into place with a satisfying sound, but the nagging feeling lingered. I considered calling the locksmith to ask if he had noticed anything unusual during his visit, but then I stopped myself. What if he was the one behind the note? What if he had left it to see how I would react? The thought made my skin crawl. I wasn't sure if I could trust anyone anymore. The sense of being watched was growing stronger by the minute, and I felt more isolated than ever. I glanced at the clock, realizing that it was already late in the afternoon. I hadn't been paying attention to the time, so lost in my thoughts and paranoia. My phone buzzed on the table beside me, pulling me out of my trance. I picked it up, relieved to have something to focus on. It was a message from a friend asking if I wanted to meet for dinner later. I stared at the screen, hesitating. It felt so normal, so unaffected by the strange events of the day. Maybe I should get out of the house, distract myself for a while. But as I typed my reply, a notification flashed on the screen, an email. It was from an unfamiliar address. I opened it immediately, and my stomach sank as I read the first line, "I know what you did yesterday." My pulse quickened, and I scrolled further, but the message was short, cryptic, and unsigned. The sender didn't elaborate on what exactly they knew, but the implication was clear. They knew something, and they were watching. I felt a wave of panic hit me. This couldn't be happening. Who was this person? How did they know about my locksmith? Had they been following me? I sat frozen, staring at the email for what felt like hours. Every thought in my mind was a jumble of fear and confusion. The only thing I knew for certain was that someone was out there, watching me, and they were aware of things I had never told anyone. The email's sender had no way of knowing I had already received the sticky note, but something told me that the two were connected. I stood up abruptly, my mind spinning. I had to do something, anything to take control of the situation. But where did I even begin? Was the locksmith involved in this? Had I made a terrible mistake by letting him into my home? I felt like I was on the verge of something much bigger, something I didn't understand. I grabbed my phone again, dialing the number of a local security company I had used in the past. If someone was watching me, I needed to protect myself. I wasn't sure if it was the locksmith or someone else, but the more I thought about it, the more convinced I became that I needed to be prepared. My heart pounded as I waited for someone to pick up the phone, my mind racing with all the possible outcomes. When the line finally connected, I could barely find the words to explain what was happening. But I did my best, recounting everything: the note, the email, the feeling of being watched, and asked if they could help me install cameras around my apartment. The voice on the other end promised that someone would be over shortly to assess the situation. As I hung up the phone, a small flicker of relief washed over me. At least I was taking action now. But even as I tried to calm myself, a new thought occurred to me. What if the locksmith was already inside my apartment, waiting? What if he had left the note himself, just to test me? I shook my head, trying to rid myself of the thought, but the idea lingered, gnawing at me. I looked at the door again, my grip tightening on the handle. I had no way of knowing who I could trust anymore. Not even the locksmith. Story 34. I had been putting off cleaning out the attic for weeks. It was one of those chores that seemed endless, with boxes piled high and old furniture shoved in every corner. But on a rainy afternoon, I decided to finally tackle the mess. As I started to sift through the dusty boxes, I came across one that caught my eye. It was an old, worn cardboard box with edges curling and a faded label that read "Memories." It seemed harmless enough, so I pulled it down and opened it without much thought. Inside, I found a collection of photographs, most of which were neatly stacked in a pile. As I flipped through the first few, I saw pictures from family gatherings, vacations, and childhood events that I recognized. These were moments I had lived, memories I shared with my family. But then something strange happened. I came across a photo that stopped me in my tracks. It was a picture of me as a child, playing in a park, but I had no recollection of ever being there. The photograph seemed normal enough, but the look on my face in it was unsettling. I appeared distant, almost as if I were looking at something beyond the camera. I turned the photo over, expecting to see a date or a note, but there was nothing written on the back. My mind raced. I had always been able to recall most of my childhood, but this image didn't belong to any of the memories I had. The confusion I felt grew as I continued to flip through the stack of photos. There were more, each one depicting moments I couldn't recall ever happening. In one, I was at a birthday party, smiling with friends I didn't recognize. In another, I was sitting at a table, alone, in a room I had never been in. Each photo seemed to be a fragment of a life that I couldn't connect to my own. The deeper I dug into the box, the stranger it got. There were pictures of me in places I had never visited, doing things I had never done. One photo showed me standing in front of a house I didn't recognize, dressed in clothes I didn't remember owning. Another had me sitting on a bench in a park, staring at the ground, with no recollection of ever being there. The images felt like pieces of a puzzle I couldn't complete, as if someone had been documenting my life without me even knowing it. My chest tightened as a wave of unease swept over me. Why were these photos in my attic? Who had taken them? And why didn't I remember any of these moments? I tried to rationalize it. Maybe they were from forgotten parts of my childhood, lost memories that my mind had buried for some reason. But the more I looked at them, the less convinced I became. These pictures were too vivid, too detailed, to be mere fragments of forgotten moments. They felt too deliberate, as if someone had carefully curated them. My hands trembled as I flipped to the next photograph. It was a picture of me, looking directly at the camera with a blank expression, taken in what appeared to be a dark alley. I didn't recognize the alley, but it felt wrong. I felt a chill run through me as I stared at the image. There was something off about it, something I couldn't put my finger on. I quickly shuffled through the rest of the box, hoping to find something familiar, some clue that would help me make sense of it all. But all I found were more pictures of me in strange, unexplainable situations. One photo showed me sitting at a cafe, looking out the window, but I had no memory of being there. Another captured me walking down a street at night, alone, which I had never done. The pictures were haunting, each one making me feel more disconnected from my own life. In the back of the box, I found an envelope that seemed to contain more photographs. My curiosity got the better of me and I opened it. Inside there were a few more pictures, but they were different. These weren't of me at all. They were photos of my house inside and out. Some were taken from the street, others from the yard, and a few appeared to have been taken inside while I was not home. My heart began to race as I realized that these pictures were taken recently. The angles, the lighting, the details, they were too specific. How could someone have been in my house without me knowing? I stood frozen, the room suddenly feeling too small, too suffocating. My mind raced as I tried to piece together what was happening. Who had taken these photographs? And why was someone watching me? The thought made my skin crawl, but it also made my stomach churn with fear. I had to know more. I quickly packed the photos back into the box and decided to investigate. My first thought was to talk to my family. Maybe they could explain it. But as soon as I mentioned the photos to my parents, their reactions were not what I expected. They seemed almost indifferent. My mother's face went pale when I showed her the pictures, but she didn't seem surprised. She didn't remember them either, but she didn't seem as shaken as I was. My father, on the other hand, didn't even acknowledge them. Instead, he asked me to put the box away and not think about it. That only added to my growing sense of unease. Why were they acting so strange about it? Had they known about the photos all along? Determined to find answers, I decided to go through the box again on my own, this time with a more analytical mindset. I examined each photo more carefully, looking for any clues that might help me understand what was happening. As I studied one of the pictures of me at the park, I noticed something unusual in the background. There, barely visible, was a figure standing behind a tree, almost hidden in the shadows. I squinted at the photo, feeling a sense of dread. The figure was blurry, but it seemed to be watching me. My breath caught in my throat. Had someone been following me all along, capturing my every move without me knowing? The more I looked at the photographs, the more I felt like I was losing my grip on reality. These pictures, these strange and haunting moments, seemed to be a part of my life that I had no control over. They felt like pieces of a puzzle that I wasn't meant to solve, and yet I couldn't stop trying. The thought of someone knowing things about my life, things I didn't remember, was terrifying. It felt like I was being watched, like my privacy had been violated in the worst way possible. In the days that followed, I became obsessed with the box and its contents. I searched through old family albums, talked to people who had been in my life, and even looked through public records in an attempt to find any explanation. But no matter how hard I tried, the photos remained a mystery. The more I searched, the more questions I had, and the more I felt like I was unraveling a truth I wasn't prepared to face. The only thing I knew for sure was that these photographs held secrets that were tied to my past, my memories, and perhaps something darker that I was not yet ready to understand. Story 35. After the unsettling experience with my apartment, I decided it was time to take extra precautions. The feeling of being watched had become too strong to ignore, and I needed to take steps to ensure my safety. I had already installed a small camera inside, but I realized I needed something more to cover the exterior of my home. I ordered a new doorbell camera, hoping that it would give me a sense of security by providing a clearer picture of who or what might be outside. When it finally arrived, I installed it immediately, eager to monitor the front of my house from the safety of my phone. The camera was simple to set up, and soon I was able to view a live feed of my front porch and the surrounding area from my smartphone. At first, it was just a relief to have the extra layer of surveillance. I felt a little better knowing I could check the camera feed whenever I felt uneasy. For the first few nights, everything seemed normal. The footage showed only the usual traffic, the occasional delivery truck, and a few pedestrians walking by in the early evening. But then one night, something strange happened. I was lying in bed around 3 a.m., unable to sleep, when I got a notification on my phone. The doorbell camera had detected motion. I immediately opened the app to check the live feed, half expecting to see a stray animal or a car driving by. But instead, I saw something far more disturbing. There, pacing slowly back and forth in front of my house, was a man. He was tall, wearing a dark hoodie and jeans, and his movements were deliberate, as if he had been doing this for some time. He wasn't stopping to knock on the door or ring the bell. He was just walking in circles along the sidewalk. My heart raced as I watched the feed. The man didn't seem to have any particular reason for being there, and he wasn't interacting with anything in the environment. He would simply pace for a few minutes, stop, and then turn around to retrace his steps. It felt unnerving, as if he was waiting for something or someone. I watched in disbelief, my mind racing to make sense of the situation. Why would someone be walking in front of my house in the dead of night without any apparent purpose? I watched him for a few more minutes, not sure what to do. The logical part of me told me to call the police, but the more paranoid side wondered if that would only escalate things. I couldn't say for certain that he was doing anything wrong. He wasn't on my property, just walking by. But there was something deeply unsettling about his presence, something about the repetitive nature of his pacing. It didn't feel random. It felt deliberate. The next night I kept the app open, just in case. Around the same time -3:m. I received another notification. The same man was back, pacing along the same stretch of sidewalk. This time I decided to record the footage. I wasn't sure why, but I felt like I needed to document it, in case I had to show it to the authorities later. I watched as he made his rounds, stopping at the same points, his face hidden in the shadows of his hoodie. There was no sign that he was doing anything other than pacing, but it was hard to shake the feeling that he was somehow watching the house, waiting for something. This continued for several nights. Every evening around the same time, the man would appear. Sometimes he would walk more quickly, almost as if he was in a hurry, but other nights he would pace more slowly, as if he had all the time in the world. The pattern was always the same. He didn't speak to anyone, didn't try to approach my door, and never seemed to acknowledge the camera. He just walked back and forth, in a seemingly endless loop. I became more and more anxious with each passing night, unsure of what to make of it. I began to worry about the implications of this. What if he had been watching my house for days, learning my routine? What if he was planning something? It was hard to explain why someone would do something like this, especially at such a late hour. Was it just a coincidence, or was there a deeper, more sinister purpose behind it? I tried to rationalize it. Maybe he was just a passerby with some strange habit, or maybe he was lost and didn't know where he was going. But deep down, I couldn't ignore the creeping sense of danger that came with his presence. After a week of this strange behavior, I decided to take action. I contacted the local police to report the man, although I didn't have much to go on. I could show them the footage from the camera, but without him actually doing anything illegal, there wasn't much they could do. The officer who took my report seemed as concerned as I was, but he reminded me that the man hadn't crossed any lines. He suggested that I keep monitoring the situation and be prepared to call again if it escalated. I felt a little reassured, but not enough to stop feeling uneasy. As the weeks went on, I continued to monitor the camera every night, keeping an eye out for the man. The pacing had become a regular occurrence, as if it were now a part of my routine. It was always around 3 a.m., and I began to notice the exact pattern of his movements. He would pace for about 10 minutes, then disappear into the night as quietly as he came. It was as if he were never really there, except for the evidence left on the camera feed. I was starting to wonder if I was the only one who had noticed him. Had anyone else seen him pacing in front of my house, or was it just me? One night I decided to take a different approach. Instead of waiting for him to appear, I went outside around 2:45 a.m., just before his usual arrival time. I stood in the darkness, watching from a distance, my eyes scanning the sidewalk. It was silent, almost eerily so. The wind was still, and there were no sounds of traffic or movement. As I stood there, I couldn't help but feel like I was being watched, but I saw nothing. No sign of the man. A few minutes passed, and just as I had anticipated, I saw him walking down the sidewalk. He didn't notice me at first, his gaze fixed ahead, as usual. He seemed almost mechanical in the way he moved, his steps calculated, as though he was following an invisible path. I watched him from my hiding spot, waiting to see if he would stop or change his behavior. But instead, he just kept pacing, oblivious to my presence. I felt a chill run down my spine. There was something deeply unsettling about seeing him in person. His movements, while not overtly threatening, gave off an eerie vibe. It was as if he were stuck in a loop, like a figure from a nightmare that kept repeating itself. I decided to retreat back into my house before he could notice me, but the feeling of being followed lingered long after I closed the door behind me. The next day, I spoke to a few of my neighbors to see if they had noticed anything unusual. Most of them hadn't, but one elderly neighbor mentioned that she had seen the same man walking by every night for the past few weeks. She described him in similar terms: tall, with a hoodie, pacing back and forth without any apparent reason. She seemed unnerved by it too, but like me, she had assumed it was harmless. Still, the idea that he had been observed by someone else made me feel less paranoid, but it didn't make the situation any less disturbing. As the weeks passed, the man continued his nightly ritual. It wasn't until a month later that I realized he had stopped. One night, there was no pacing, no shadow passing by my door at 3 a.m. I checked the camera feed the next morning, expecting to see him there as usual, but the footage was clear. For the first time in weeks, the sidewalk was empty. Part of me felt relief, but another part of me was still uncertain. What had he been doing? Where had he gone? And why had he stopped? The answers to those questions remained elusive, and the sense of unease never quite left.